Hello, good morning for the next 4 minutes for those of us on the East Coast, and then good afternoon, good morning to everyone joining us in other time zones. I am David Teicher, Chief Content Officer here at Brand Innovators. Thank you all so much for joining us on this wonderful Thursday to talk about all things media. We have our latest and greatest Future of Media live cast coming up for you in just a few minutes with a fantastic group of speakers from Kimberly-Clark, from Verizon, a whole group from Massmutual, PepsiCo, North Face, and Johnson & Johnson. Some wonderful, wonderful Brand Innovators community members. You'll see some familiar faces, some new faces. It should be a really, really great day. I'm excited to have you all joining it. Just a couple of housekeeping remarks. All the content will be available for on-demand viewing after the event on our site, on our YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out. And if you have any colleagues, team members, industry friends that you think might benefit from today's program, feel free to send them the information. They could still register and join in and stream everything that we've got going on today. That's, I think, it. If you missed anything from last week, we had a pretty phenomenal event for those of you who weren't there or didn't stream it. We produced our first in-person program and marquee event after 2 years of being primarily virtual. We had the Brand Innovators Sports Marketing Upfronts and Summit in LA at the Porsche Experience Center. We partnered with 72 and Sunny. We had Tim Ellis, the NFL CMO, and speakers from everywhere from Mattel to Pepsi, Rocket Mortgage, Wilson Sporting Good, Nationwide, State Farm, AB InBev, PepsiCo, Chipotle, LegalZoom. It was a who's who of phenomenal marketing industry leadership, sports marketers, and just all around awesome people. So all of that is also on demand on our YouTube. You'll go behind the scenes into NFL activations, into Super Bowl ads, and everything that led up to last week's biggest day of the year for our industry. And with that, I would like to introduce our wonderful friend who we had the fortune and privilege of seeing last week in Los Angeles for this program. So let's give a big virtual round of applause for Paul Dooley, Worldwide Head of Marketing Transformation at Amazon Web Services. Paul is going to be your MC and master of ceremonies for the duration of this program. You guys are in great hands with Paul. And Paul, great to see you.
Hey, David, it's good to see you as well.
Awesome. I was going to say, it was so wonderful finally seeing you in person after 2 years of being virtual. Last week, and it's great to have you joining us here now on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this summit today around media and the future of media. So appreciate everybody who's attending, and thanks Brand Innovators for putting us on. So I really wanted to introduce myself, Paul Dooley. I'm the Worldwide Head of Marketing Transformation at AWS. And I wanted to welcome everybody to the live cast. We've got a great lineup today. We've got speakers, as David said, from Kimberly-Clark and Pepsi-Cola, North Face, Johnson & Johnson, all to talk about the future of media. I think it's really a hot topic right now as we see consumer behavior evolving coming out of the pandemic, and then new media being used, engaging in the metaverse and Web 3.0 and other areas of both paid, earned, and owned media, and how we think about innovation in the future of media. I know I sit at kind of an interesting intersection of both MarTech and AdTech across both Amazon and AWS. So we as a online retailer, we as a media company, as a cloud service provider as well. And so we're seeing a lot of innovation going on in this space. And so I'm excited to share some of those thoughts with the various panelists as we go through the agenda today. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce Brad Munachek, and also from the Global Media, Senior Director of Global Media at Kimberly-Clark. And then he also has a moderator, Jeff Williams, who's the Vertical Strategy Lead for CPG and Pharma over at InMobi. So nice to meet you both. And I guess, Brad, I'm going to kick it off over to Jeff so he can introduce you, and you guys can get started.
All right. Hello. Start the video. There I am. All right. Thanks so much, Paul. Hey, guys. Brad, good to see you. Thanks for having us on. Excited to chat with you today, and certainly a pleasure to have you on, and Kimberly Clark, such iconic brands, and so much going and so much success you guys have had, but certainly so much leaning in digital. Excited to get your perspective and experience on the topic, and talking about a couple of things and where the future is heading. I'm going to kick it off with a little bit of a broad one, but looking at the media landscape and kind of the future, where things are heading. Looking at the digital landscape is in kind of an interesting spot right now. You know, eMarketer had some stats out that 74% of digital media in 21 was spent across the big three: Facebook, Amazon, and Google, which obviously they're doing a lot right, and they're big partners. But then there's also the rise of retail media and so much attention that's getting, and TikTok and other players who are coming up with really exciting activations. How are you looking at kind of current state in the future, balancing those dynamics and so much weight being paid to such big partners who are doing it really, really well, but then also looking at some of the up and comers and making sure that you're keeping diversification?
Cool. Yeah. 74% is a lot for three. Definitely. We're not quite to that level with those three. I would imagine that a lot of that's probably driven by, long tail. A lot of small businesses rely on those platforms. But yeah, I mean, in terms of, future proofing, I mean, you do have to have, a good strategy and partnership with those three. I think if you want to be successful in the future, I don't think you need to be much of a futurist to know that those companies are going to be around for quite a long time and be powerful for a long time. So we certainly do, invest, I think a fair amount with those partners. We built joint business partnership agreements with all of them. And we're always looking to innovate and do new things, with them, right? So, I think when it comes to the balance side of it, I'm not too worried yet that we're over indexing on those partners. I really don't. I think that we've got a good level of spend with them. I feel fine about where we are. In fact, there's even some areas I'd like to see us, potentially grow a little bit more with them, to be honest. So on the balance side and thinking about the future, I think what is, that there's almost like another watch out to the other side of the coin, which is, anyone can look at the Lumascape too and see that there's thousands of players that are out there, right? And so how do you pick the right ones to bring the balance that you need to drive success on your business? And the way that we think about it is a couple of different ways. So beyond the big three that you mentioned, there are a lot of really important, spaces where consumers are spending time. So even you've got audio platforms, social platforms, retail platforms, like you mentioned, gaming platforms, right? So, I think we tend to look at it as let's pick one or two of those. Again, it'll vary by brand, vary by market, and all those kinds of things. But if you can pick one or two of those to really sort of focus on and try to do good things with, that kind of, now you're already starting to kind of get to 10 partners that you work with, right? And I would say kind of getting beyond that, you don't really want to go too much further, because what you find that you're doing is, leveraging a number of partners that might have capabilities in the same type of areas, and you're being kind of duplicative in how you're working, where you actually could be a little bit more focused. So we try to keep some a breadth of partners that we work with, but also sort of focus in the way that we do it. And then I'd say some other things that we do too are, you definitely have to maintain some budget for true test and learn exploration with other types of partners, right? So we've done a virtual CES at Kimberly Clark the last couple of years, invited a number of partners into those conversations with us, made some selections on test and learns that we want to do, and we always encourage folks to do that as well. Again, you want to not go crazy and have a million different things going on, but if you kind of align on, let's look at a couple that we feel are the most pertinent, make some decisions and get some learnings and keep, growing in the space that way. That's important. And, I guess lastly, what we do too is just try to keep our message, inspirational to the brand teams. It's don't be overwhelmed by the choices that are out there. Don't be scared of it. Embrace it. We can kind of help you make focus. media and marketing is an accelerant to the main base of your business. So like treat it that way. Like don't hang on to things too tightly. Let's be creative. Let's test and learn. Let's explore a little bit too. And even if like the measures of success may not be as clear as they are in some of those areas for things that are more tried and true and have been established for a long time, the learnings that you get are still going to be worth it.
Makes sense. Well, listen, if 2020 and 21 have taught us anything, it's to be agile and nimble. So I like that message. That makes a lot of sense. Kind of clicking into the digital landscape a little bit beyond players, thinking about device, and mobile's near and dear, obviously, to my heart, but also the dynamic of things in other markets, and with your global purview, a lot of really interesting things going on in APAC and things like that, kind of coming east to west, in certainly in mobile. How are you thinking about, mobile lens, or how do you, are you doing any type of device strategizing? And then, what are you seeing with that global lens that's really interesting in other markets, to where potentially on the device level that could or should come this way?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably, in the last couple of years, it's been one of the biggest changes that has happened, right? I mean, is like the true shift to mobile dominant. I mean, when you're buying, programmatic, or you're buying social and everything, I mean, you just pretty much have to assume right now that the impressions that you're putting out there are going to be majority mobile. So I think we've kind of shifted away, like from a couple of years ago, like, well, what's your mobile strategy? It's like now it's just kind of like your mobile strategy is your strategy, right? You should be designing everything to be thinking mobile first, from the, you kind of have to make the assumption that if it's not something that you're, for sure showing on the big screen, that it's going to be something that's experienced on the mobile screen. So, we definitely, reinforce that with our teams to be thinking about, in terms of like how they design, design messaging, and make sure that things are, custom fit to platforms and all those types of things, and assuming that those platforms are going to be experienced in a mobile environment. So that's just kind of like the way of working now, right? So we don't really talk about mobile as a channel anymore. It's much more of just assume everything that we're doing is mobile, and let's just kind of be prepared for that. And then in terms of the second part of your question, and like, what are we learning from APAC? I mean, first of all, you're making me like realize that it's been like 2 years since we've really been able to go on a plane and travel around the world and see some of these things firsthand. So I feel like I'm missing a little bit, but we do stay pretty closely connected with our APAC team. And you're right. I mean, there's tons of exciting things that are happening there. I think, like, to me, the most notable difference, and as you kind of imagine like a future that's going east to west, is the way that their mobile platforms are designed to seamlessly integrate communities, content, and commerce in a way that we just haven't really seen here yet. But I completely believe is where the future is headed, right? And I think even looking at, Meta or Facebook and like a lot of the focus on the metaverse, I mean, that to me sort of feels like that, that is pretty much like what that world is going to be like, where all those things kind of, community, commerce, and content, and just kind of, blend in together, and you're able to, very easily make purchases within the environments that you're in, and make choices that way, like without kind of like leaving to go to a retailer, do these types of things, or just sort of choose the types of things that you want to do, will be interesting. I think it's going to be like, it's going to be Gen Z really that maybe tips it here. I don't think we haven't quite seen it yet in the West, but like Gen Z, just sort of seeing how they're coming up, the way that they've grown up even differently with technology from millennials, is going to be like just a huge, is going to drive the shift here. So I think it's actually pretty close, because Gen Z is like really just on the doorstep of having massive purchasing power. And I think that'll be cool to see. So that's what I look forward to seeing evolve. I think it's going to be fun to actually see it happen, because it's cool.
For sure. And I'm completely aligned with the Gen Z dynamic, and their loyalty is still somewhat up for grabs too, right? The only thing that, whether you're a platform, a provider, social, or the only thing they're loyal to right now is their phones. So it's going to be a great environment. And you spoke to the experience of engaging with consumers in new ways, community, commerce. what have you on their devices. It kind of leads me to the programmatic, and the science has gotten so good within the digital landscape, which is awesome. And it's certainly pushing smarter decisions and things forward. How do you think about another kind of balance question, but how do you think about the science aspect of it, and then the art and heart of connecting with consumers? Programmatic and all the science has gotten really good, and we're very regimented, and we have way better data than we did, a year ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. How do you balance that science side of things and the art and heart of connecting with consumers?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Like I love talking about balance, because I think it's, it's the most important thing that you can do among like number of fronts in this business, is to kind of think about the balance, because it can be very easy to tilt one way or the other. And so always kind of keeping a view on are we across a variety of fronts is important. And yeah, man, like I totally agree that it's a great time from a science perspective. It's actually it's like funny to think about like how long the industry sort of like toiled under like really not having good insights about how stuff was working, right? I mean, there's like the famous quote that I don't even know if it was like from the 60s or the 70s, but like certainly when I got started in this business, it was like the old well, I know half my investment is working for me, I just don't know which half, right? And then everybody would like either laugh or sigh, kind of, depending on how glib or cynical you were, and go have a couple of drinks and kind of get back to work after that. But like now we actually do know, and that's fantastic. We have so much more perspective on what's working for us and what's not, and so that's a good space to be in. But kind of to your point, there's a risk in that too, and that like sometimes when we look too much at the numbers, it can be very easy to lose the sense of what's actually happening from a consumer experience standpoint, right? And it's like, just to give a really simple example of that is, you mentioned programmatic, right? Like I can use a purchase-based audience, like Nielsen-based, purchase-based audience who know what the behavior is. We know this is a prime prospect, and like, and find them and buy like a really low cost banner, again, showing up on a mobile that might even be like microscopic, and and it shows up as viewable, and so it kind of checks the box there, and it shows up as targeted and all those kinds of things. But like, and it's gonna, if you use the measurement, the science, it's really, that gave you a great return on investment, a strong ROI, right? And so then you start to optimize to that, right? But it's like, and again, and it makes perfect sense, because you're reaching someone who is a prime prospect, and the propensity naturally that for them to have ultimately, bought something is pretty high. But then you have to stop and ask yourself, like, well, how much is what that little thing that we put in front of them might have that actually had to do with it? And it's like, probably not much. Like maybe it was all the other technology and the capability and the things that we've done and the way that we're optimizing that sort of made that look as good as it did. So you need to kind of take a pause at some point and say, well, what are we really putting in front of consumers? Because if we've continued to optimize on this like type of a thing, like how much of that are we doing? And it's like, we might have a great story from an ROI perspective, but is it really starting to make sense? And that, do we all really believe that that's actually changing, consumers, winning hearts and minds? Again, kind of going back to the art and the heart part, right? So, fortunately for us, I think we've done a lot of work around other engagement metrics, and there's still a lot more to go in that, but we've actually seen that like leading indicators of better ROI do tend to be, higher impact, creative, better sizes. So we see drivers of, like hover rates and engagement rates actually sort of paying off in ROI. So we do think about the experience, that we have. And then it's even going like a step further, right? So it's not only kind of getting back to the art and the heart part is, where I feel like there's a danger if you're not careful, is you can start like numbers start to come out. And then again, I use like that one programmatic example of a tactic, but like there's a handful of them, and so you're doing all those things. Again, you feel pretty good, like I got a balance, I'm doing a lot of different things. But again, if you take that step back and you really look, like, are there other things that you're still missing? I mean, what are you not doing that that you should be doing? And then maybe because like the science isn't as like, doesn't give you a strong number on it. I mean, then to me, this kind of comes to things about reaching multicultural and diverse audiences in meaningful ways, like leveraging influencers, like really thinking about how you're connecting in high quality content and those types of things. So, again, where maybe like the science hasn't quite caught up in terms of like, the measuring the impact of those things as well as it can in some other areas that are a little bit more, automated, and kind of like, have like rigid rules and methods for calculating, but like, we all know that they're important, and it's like, so yeah, I mean, we absolutely, encourage our teams too, to like, think about those things and carve spaces out in your plans for having those types of engagements, because, there's also plenty of other learnings, even though they may not be like in the hard science realm, that like indicate that that's going to help you grow.
Makes a ton of sense. And yeah, want to be the first to test something, but prove to me it works, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly right. Yeah. I'll only test it if I know it's going to work. Well,
yeah, right. And in the CPG landscape, it is still very much so. Yeah, you can't just go on performance metrics, because there's still a mass amount of purchasing. It's around 90% are still purchased in brick and mortar. So you got to be playing a little bit of intent and awareness game. Yeah.
And you do have to have the balance. I mean, listen, I'm not, I completely empathize with our, brand teams. Like, there's a lot of pressure right now. I mean, this business environment that we're in, with, supply chain challenges and inflation, profits being squeezed and those kinds of things. I mean, even though, we're doing, I think, great from a foundational standpoint with our business and, winning share and having a lot of things go great, like that pressure is still very real. And it makes it easy for people to kind of like just sort of default to some of the numbers and the analytics that come back and kind of, and get behind those and feel comfortable in those, and kind of forget that there's actually a consumer experience on the other end that we need to make sure that we're taking care of.
Yeah, great point. Great point. I guess this falls in the line of getting those proof points and getting that data and some of those metrics. We consistently hear a lot of folks talking about in-housing dynamics and further media and the desire for first-party data and in-housing for transparency, visibility, data access, things like that. Does that jive with Kimberly-Clark and your objectives? And what's your lens on in-housing and first-party data and where you're heading?
Yeah. It fully jives. It fully jives with where KC is headed. There's huge benefits to client side ownership of tech platform contracts, marketing, advertising, technology relationships and contracts, both immediate and long term. So, we've been going down that road for at least like on that type of in-housing for over a year now. And then I think on a broader sense, of actually building in-house capabilities, like more through training and just the capabilities, knowledge of how to sort of like get under the hood and use some of these things. We've been on that road for almost 3 years now. So, but what's interesting about it too is like I've also kind of learned going through this that you need to be mindful of how you talk about it, right? And it's even like the phrase in-housing, it can freak people out. That's like you say, hey, we're gonna move into in-housing, and people are like, we're not like nowhere near ready for that. Like, we can't hire all that type of a headcount and fire all of our agencies and this and that, right? And it's like, so it's but like we're not really looking at it that way at all. Like, that's not what we're going to do, right? So we've actually kind of taken a mindset with it of not just saying in-housing but saying right housing, and to me that's about sort of strategic application of building capabilities and relationships that like ultimately enable us to get to where we want to go, which is more access to real-time insights and ability to respond in a more agile manner, right? And that's not about like our people pulling all, pushing all the buttons and flipping all the switches on those types of things, although we want them to know what kind of goes on behind the scenes on some of those things, and that's kind of the training part of it. But it's like, it's really, it's as much of a there's training components to it. There's contract, there's like just kind of like the contract, even having like rights to access it, knowing what questions to ask. I mean, those are all things that are going to ultimately help you in terms of when you think about like that. To me, like that's what right housing is. It's like we just need to like not totally let all of this, sort of just be like, we hire people to kind of think about that for us. It's like, no, we need to be part of the conversation. We need to think about it like with them, because like ultimately, like what we get out of it are going to be things that help us like drive our business and grow faster. So it's not just sort of like well, it's we want to take this on for the sake of taking it on, right? And like, and not pay somebody else to do it, like as some type of a potential cost efficiency type of a thing, but actually like an enabler of, growth through better insights, understanding, and smarter activation. So, that's, I think that, if someone is kind of like getting started into this, right, I think that would be kind of like how I would encourage them to think about it, to sort of, what is it that you're trying to get through, and then like what are a number of ways that you can actually start to help your company get better at that through maybe some contract ownership, maybe some training, maybe helping just kind of people understand like what actually are the capabilities of these platforms, so they know what to ask for, right? And then maybe there's some other like hiring some new people that can actually spend the time to analyze the data yourself and have more conversations with your agencies about performance and things that are they're not easy always for our agency partners to be able to look at, because they're stretched and sort of focused on a lot of activation. So how do we work together, and how do our agency partners see like in-housing like not as a threat to their business, but actually like something that will help them, because instead of having to like spend so much time on one certain aspect of it, like now we can actually have more joint conversations around how we improve things together, and that's where the value that they bring can really help us, right?
I love the right housing. I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense. And reverse engineering, what do you want to get to? What do you want? What can you make actionable? And then reverse engineer, what do you need to get to do that? But that doesn't mean taking on all the practitioner work.
Yeah, and some,
right?
yeah, exactly. And there still may be, and there still are, especially when putting the global hat on, it's like, there could be opportunities for some of the actual buying, right? I mean, we have plenty of markets where they have small budgets, and it's like maybe just a small like social plan or a search plan that they need to activate. And so and it may make more sense to actually bring like that type of a buy in-house, because now it's like you are paying an agency fee, and it's someone who's going to like work on your business for only like a couple of hours out of to execute this thing, and is not really invested in it and those types of things. But it's like, if you actually knew how to do it yourself and had the access, like how much more learning out of that experience could you actually get, right? And again, so it's not just about the cost savings, but like you having sort of like control over the insights and the information that comes back on the performance, so that the next time a small campaign comes up, like you'll really know how to make it better.
Absolutely.
So there's a place for those types of things, but again, it's all about what is the right strategic opportunity to do it. Not just saying, well, we're going to be doing all of this by this time, like 3 years from now. Like that's not really our goal.
All right, that logical. I like that. Lastly, maybe not lastly, we'll see how much time we get through, but this is kind of a broad one, but how do you think, also very opaque, but changes in the media landscape, and you mentioned all the different arenas in our first as we kick things off. We talked about the different engagement options beyond the big three, but thinking about in-game and different environments for you to play and connect with consumers on. What's your view on the future of advertising, kind of in general, and what do you think will be the biggest changes we see in the near and not so distant future?
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? It's again, if you would have probably asked somebody 15 or 20 years ago what the future is, it's it probably wouldn't look like it is today. It would, so it's hard for any of us to really know. But like, I guess as I kind of think about it, I still feel like we're in a bit of a transitional phase. Like we're somewhere between the old way that it used to be, and like in a future state that will be like very deconstructed from what we're in now, like even more, right? I mean, we're still this industry that trades on like very transactable, like unit type, communications, and there's and sort of like what an advertisement, right, as a thing. And so, and obviously there's been some migration, away from that, and there's a lot of creativity and great things that are happening. But like, I still feel like we're only at the very beginning of what that actually could be, and that it actually, like 10 to 15 years from now, like we actually might be at a point where things have like deconstructed to a point, to such a level where it's, that those units are just are kind of more scarce, and you have to be more creative about, how you really engage with consumers. But it opens up all other types of opportunities in terms of, again, we kind of mentioned, communities before, and like kind of like that future world of the intersection of communities, content, and commerce, and like what well, how much more of our of our spend and support will be going into those things, like enabling things, advertisers more as of enablers of things for consumers, more than like interrupters of things of consumers, right? Like, so I feel like there's, to me, it's like the future is going to be very different from what we see right now. But I think it'll be like it'll be like an erosion of what we kind of thought of advertising to be, into something that's like a little bit more, meaningful and actually like personal with consumers. So in that way, I kind of think of the future as being a little bit, maybe I'm taking more of a utopian view of it. And I'll actually give a shout out to our partners at Mindshare, who they do a presentation every year. They had actually done one for like the last 3 years. It was called like Media Dystopia. That's sort of about like how like we're all going through this crazy transition, and like, and what might like the worst case scenario of all these things look like, to actually spinning it around to more of a utopian view and say, well, maybe we've actually seen enough of it. The world hasn't come to an end, and like where it actually could go is ultimately to a better place. I do feel optimistic that like the conversations and like the energy and the creativity of the people in this industry are strong enough still to get us to a place like that.
Yeah, certainly. The commercial break, I feel like, is something that I think consumers will be welcome to see go away. But yet, but it doesn't mean that we're going, I'll date myself with this one, but the old, Wayne's World product placement jokes, it's so it's blending, and how do we create those environments to where brands can engage with consumers in an authentic way, but not be, pausing for a commercial break. I certainly think there's a lot of opportunity, and in-game has been a really cool environment that's seen some rise in that. But even just the way influencers and social engagements and things like that are happening today, I think, and then the blending of commerce and where that's going, like it's all it's certainly all coming together. It's, I'm with you. I'm thinking of a positive outlook on where things are headed versus everything being no shot at NASCAR, but looking like a NASCAR, right? How about on the audience side? We didn't touch on audience. Now, just a quick question on that, and we touched on first party data a little bit, but as you look at audience and engagement, how do you kind of flow through thought process of, we talked about reverse engineering what you want to get out of having access to that data, but arming your brand teams to think about what you want that engagement to look like before you lean in and make a particular media buy. And do you have the right data to do that? How are you guys going about that and making sure that you are filling those data gaps or voids that you might see today?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of different ways. I mean, I feel like we continue to get better at this. I mean, to me, this is it's a total team effort, type of a thing between, we have our agency partners, our brand teams, our media teams, our performance marketing teams, our IT teams, right? We actually call them like DTS within our organization, but like there's a lot of collaboration that's kind of going on there around holistic data strategy, and we've actually launched like some other battles and initiatives within our organization as to like how we get better at that, right? Which is sort of like the future of like knowing like, okay, well, how do we start to build our audience approaches kind of like, from the ground up and kind of go from there, and what are new things that we want to test, this again, especially in preparation for the cookieless world, and and those kinds of things, building up identity solutions, harvesting more first party data, retail media partnerships. I mean, there's tons of things. So it really comes down to like just, you know, having everybody engaged in the conversation, using the tools that you have to kind of like chart things out, I think, in kind of a crisp kind of data and audience strategy way, aligning those things in terms of the, you know, environments and context that you want to, like, you know, deliver messages, right, which is going to help you be more personalized and more effective. So again, I mean, all of that stuff, to me, it's like, I mean, people can feel overwhelmed about it, but it's like, this is kind of what we've really been waiting for. I mean, if you would have said that, like, these things that we're talking about in terms of like the capability to reach people the way that we are with the type of precision that we have, and even for, like, you know, machine learning and other things to kind of help us get even like better at it, you know, which a lot of the DCOs and other technology partners that we work with like have the capability to help us do, if we can actually uncork it, is like, it's kind of like a nirvana. So let's just, you know, let's be eyes wide open about what those things are, and just not sort of be like, well, that's kind of like, we'll kind of trust like one small team to kind of do that for us. Like, no, we all need to be kind of like going in and like looking at all the potential that we have and talking about what we want to do. We need our people in the organization at all levels to understand like what types of, you know, audience targeting that we do, because then kind of going back to your point, like, it helps you understand the experience that you're delivering if you kind of know it all the way back to the root of the data, where it's coming from, and then therefore who you're reaching.
Yeah, your point is a really smart one. We are very data wealthy right now, or at least signal healthy and wealthy right now, as opposed to where we were just a handful of years ago. But connecting those dots is cumbersome and daunting, and
Yeah.
those that paralyze, you're better off testing and doing and learning than doing nothing. So I had a question pop up, and kind of along the, proud of the CPG community. I know ESG has been a really important thing across our entire industry, and a lot of folks talking about it. And as we look at sustainability and diversity and inclusion and social topics, do you guys do that separately, or do you market or plan with the brand teams for how the brand is going to bring that message versus Kimberly Clark bringing that message? And kind of just talk a little bit about that lens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are still, our brands definitely, we don't really have like a branded house type of a comms approach currently. And I don't know if we will. I mean, it's definitely like, key themes around sustainability and inclusion are absolutely pillars of our business. I mean, we launched, sort of like recent, what we would kind of call like our compass for growth, which is both of those elements are critical pillars of that. But yeah, I'd say like right now it lives more like on the brands, on the brand team side to figure out like, how to integrate, those messages. But yeah, it definitely, I mean, to us, like, it should not be thought of as a separate bucket or a separate thing. I mean, it's doing marketing correctly, as if you're engaging in those conversations and seeking out those spaces. So the minute that you try to put like, a hard number or a target on it, or sort of treat it like it's something different, I feel like you're starting to go off the path. But you definitely should have like a mindfulness of being deliberate and intentional about how you invest in those spaces. So that's how we're encouraging our teams to work through it. And again, we've had some good successes and done some cool things in the space recently, but I still also kind of feel like we've got a lot more to go.
Yeah, healthy and makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see, we touched on all the flurry of headwinds hitting not just Kimberly Clark, our entire industry, inflation, supply chain costs, things going up, labor. What would you say is your most valuable lesson of staying nimble through this environment? If there is one lesson of staying nimble.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a tough landscape to navigate through right now. I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, it's not just like the business side of it. I mean, we certainly feel the strain on, from a partnership perspective. Great Resignation has has had, an effect on many of our agency partners, has had an effect, even internally with us to some degree, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think, in terms of the, staying agile, it's just about knowing, what is the greater goals that you're driving towards, right? And kind of staying focused on those and realizing that there's going to be disruption, there's going to be things that are unexpected that kind of come up, but like, so long if we can kind of go into every year or every quarter or every week and kind of saying like, what are still some things that we can do just to kind of get a little bit better at the areas that are matter and going to help us future proof. Let's kind of stay focused on those things and not let the other things like become too much of a distraction. And again, I think it comes down to being articulate and clear around your plan and where you need to go without, it doesn't need to be it's not over complicated. It can be like a lot of small wins like tend to add up. So I think that's what we try to, reinforce with our teams, throughout, the planning process, keep them inspired, keep them optimistic. It really does matter, I think, in terms of, because as soon as you start to kind of go into you dwell too much on what the challenges are, you start to feel stuck, and it's like you can't let yourself get bogged down by those things, but just kind of say, all right, acknowledge that they're there, but keep your eyes focused on where you're trying to go.
Meditation and whiskey would have been acceptable answers.
That was the better answer. All right. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a great point. Listen, I'm sure these won't be the last of our challenges either, right? So, how do we, going back to the future proofing world, just prep for these and be nimble, agile, and ready to roll. Last, we got a couple minutes here, so I'm gonna just before we have to go. Right. Having that global perspective that you do in your role with a heavily North American team and your agency here. Any tips or tricks you would share for the audience on being that connective tissue for things that might be going on in EMEA or APAC or elsewhere, and bringing that insights, learning, activations? How do you share that and get some best practice learning across the org?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. There's a lot of things that we try to do, and I think as I've been with at Kimberly-Clark for, hard to believe, but it's coming up on 7 years, right? And I've seen an evolution, I think, in terms of how our global center works and partners with our regional teams over that time. And I won't get into the whole, history of it, but I think, earlier on in my tenure here, I think that there was a little bit more of a perception, and I can see like where the perception came from in some cases, that global was maybe a little bit of a shadow management or rule makers or template creators and those kinds of things, and there was a reason for some of those things to be, but like ultimately we've evolved from there, I think, especially in the area of digital disruption, digital transformation, to kind of realize that like the best thing that we can do is, if kind of like going back to my last point, if we all kind of realize what are the things that are important for us to do as an organization, and sort of like, and where are the moves that we need to make, then let's just kind of focus on supporting each other to get there. Like, and it may mean different things for different people. Everyone's going to be like on slightly different trajectories. So it kind of comes down to like, I see like, global more as support than global as police. And it's like, let's kind of talk about where it is that you want to go to and how do we help you get there faster, right? So in terms of sharing examples, I mean, there's a lot of things that we've done. I think like recently from inspiration sessions that we have, case studies that go out, but conversations, and it's really about connectivity and just kind of talk, let's kind of connect some of the dots between the regions. Let's share some things. Let's sort of talk about like what's worked well, what hasn't on a global basis, right? So people can kind of draw from those and sort of see like if anything that they may be able to kind of say like, I can see how that could apply to my business. Like that's a help. And then if they want to double click and go a little bit further on it, we can have a little bit more of a conversation. So yeah, I mean, I actually feel like we've become more of a globally connected community like over the last couple of years, ironically, even like during the last couple of years of the pandemic, because like we're just approaching things differently. And I think we're, and it comes from our company, like leadership on down, like we're all locked arms on where we want to go. So let's be like supportive and like help each other get there, and everybody kind of can do their part.
Thanks, Brad and Jeff. It's been great sharing those insights from Kimberly Clark about how you're engaging with your partners and addressing the future of media with your media spend. I found it really interesting about, your desire to, follow the purchasing power of those Gen Gs and target Gen Zs. I know that KCC is a big partner of both Amazon and AWS, and looking at how we can unlock insights with both retail and Amazon advertising insights with Kimberly Clark. So I think the future of media is in good hands at Kimberly Clark, and really enjoyed all the insights that you provided along with Jeff.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks a bunch, Brad.
We're excited. Again, I think it's the future to me is still a bright one. Absolutely. So we're excited to work with our teams and help us do better things like for our company and for the industry.
Well, great. Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So now I want to join the rest of the community here and welcome Abhi Vas, from the head of digital engagement and acquisition and marketing at Verizon, and also his moderator, Sampur, the director of sales at Vox Media. And they're going to share their insights around the future of media with Verizon.
Thanks, Paul. See, Abhi is joined. There we go. How are you, Abhi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, super.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. So I guess we'll dive right into it. The future of media literally could be a topic that goes in an infinite number of directions. But I think for this conversation, let's drill down into some areas that are significantly impacting the industry today and try to figure out where they go from here. And as we roll through these, I'll keep an eye on the Q&A so that we can introduce some questions that I know people will have for you.
Sure.
Great. So the first topic, which I know is something you're acutely aware of and interested in, is maybe hearkening back to the past of media, because it's something the industry's discussed at length, not that long ago. But the idea of shifting your mindset as somebody who invests in media on behalf of a let's say significant player in the space is shifting that mindset from paid to owned. The social landscape's expanded and diversified recently. It'll likely continue to do so, but that's a concept that last arose as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram reached critical mass and commanded the lion's share of the audience's time and attention. As these new platforms, emerged and the adoption curve was incredibly steep, and now they engage consumers, and particularly younger and the youngest consumers, at massive scale. How are you thinking about, developing your relationships with those audiences and those platforms?
I think, these platforms and audiences are here to stay, and they are important, and they're going to get bigger, and they give us an opportunity to leverage, some of the most, personalized experiences. And, as brand marketers, they offer some of the best ways of leveraging personalized experiences, getting the scale and reach that most marketers, crave for. And these kind of media, they enable like richer interactions and improved targeting. So they encourage customers to share things which make them happy. And these platforms have evolved so much. They are not just like a posting machine. These days they are enabling social commerce and, live streaming. Who would imagine? 4 years ago, in 2018, Nike sold their first Air Jordan on Snapchat, if you recall that, exactly 4 years ago in the month of February, right? Yeah. And it sold out in 23 minutes. So that was the beginning of that, shoppable commerce. And since then, we have seen, Pinterest has come out with shoppable pins. TikTok, you can blame TikTok for, empty aisles, baking aisles, or, some of the, beauty aisles, they are empty with the products. So I think, these platforms have a serious clout, and they are giving, brands to have that conversation directly, that one-to-one, truly personalized, which we had always craved for. And you were talking about, the shift from the mindset. I think as marketers, we are always focusing on, paid, earned, owned, and shared media. And, we have to find a strike balance on, how we will be shifting our ad dollars through all these, four different, I would say, channels, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot to unpack there, because the benefits of these platforms for marketers such as yourself are so innumerable, right? You mentioned everything from, understanding a consumer's particular likes and maybe dislikes to being able to develop a one-to-one relationship that draws upon that understanding, to commerce, to just sheer scale. It would seem like, a platform, and let's use TikTok as an example, is a place that can do so many different things, kind of, in one place, that you would, previously have had to go to a bunch of different media types to satisfy, right? And I've got to imagine that's appealing. That sort of consolidation, in a sense, is that a trend that you are benefiting from now, and that you are going to look to continue to capitalize on going forward?
Absolutely. I think you're spot on. That's how it's going to shape up. And you may see, new media avenues may emerge, like, Clubhouse, we spoke about it during our preparation. I mean, does anybody speak about Clubhouse now? I mean, last year was such a rage, and hey, if you didn't get the invite, you're missing on something. So I had to, kind of, ask Brent, hey, can I get an invite, right? So you will always see these emerging channels come. I mean, 5 years ago, we did not even know what TikTok was, right? So it has really come up. And last year, I mean, TikTok literally dethroned, Google as a, search engine. So they had more searches, compared to Google. So we will see these, shifts happening, Sam.
Do you feel like the industry or the marketers generally are more prepared for the rapid emergence of new platforms than maybe they were kind of in the early days of social media? Is that something you're kind of always on your toes and looking out for at this point?
I mean, yes, definitely. We are always looking for, any new emerging channels, because see, I mean, brands follow where the eyeballs are or where the audiences are. That's rule number one of advertising, right? So if you are seeing, and if it's relevant for your brand, definitely, you make a presence, and you are able to create experiences that's relevant for the brand and for the consumers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it just seems like marketers were so much faster to figuring out how to effectively utilize something like TikTok or Snapchat than maybe the earliest days of social media. And, I think as an industry, we thought not that long ago that the dominant players in the space couldn't be unthroned. Not that they've been, dethroned exactly, but there is apparently room for emerging competitors. And it'll be interesting to see, given we're talking about the future of media, what the platforms, whoever's having this conversation next year will be talking about, and in the years beyond that. One thing, impacting, I think, the ability to connect with consumers on a massive scale, and provide the sort of, extremely rich and engaging experiences that we're talking about is 5G, right? And, you're from Verizon, and this isn't meant to be self-serving, because I know 5G is something you guys talk about a little bit in market these days.
Yeah.
But it certainly is a part of the future of media, right? Lower latency, higher bandwidth. Those are things that are going to enable deeper content experiences and make, even the most immersive experiences extremely portable. You're a big part of the conversation, but do you have expectations in terms of how 5G will impact media creation, media distribution, and advertising specifically? Like what will it enable you to do to engage audiences digitally?
Yeah, sure. I mean, before I start talking about 5G, let me just, share with the audiences that Apple announced, last year, that any new phones coming out this year in 2022 they will not introduce any 4G only models. So that's key. So let that sink in, that's a very important, milestone for both, brands, advertisers, and the whole ecosystem of, digital advertising. So now, coming back to 5G. So, I mean, this is kind of like a moment for us, and ad industry is beginning to adopt, 5G to power new types of ad experiences. And, as, more devices gets into the hand of people, we will see, experiences like, AR ad units, VR ad units that'll come into play. And I think you touched upon, the latency and, the velocity at which the content can be delivered. So again, the future of advertising is immersive. And we all know that user level targeting, as we know, has forever changed. The deprecation of the ad IDs and cookies has significantly reduced the number of that one-to-one addressable devices and limited our traditional approaches to targeting. So having said that, we need new ways to connect with the customers. And then before 5G came into existence, we always believed that a typical website would take like 2 seconds up to 4 seconds to download. But now with 5G, which is 10 times more faster than 4G. And then we used to think about that, okay, that 20 milliseconds is the threshold, but now, with 5G, you can deliver content under 2 milliseconds. Now think about that. That is game-changing experience to create those immersive experiences for the brands. And under 2 milliseconds, and you are able to create content, which is delivered almost instantaneously. I think that's what is going to change. It's going to change the whole ecosystem of advertising. And that immersive experiences would be the crux of the new advertising medium. And then we always say, hey, better ads leads to higher engagement, right? So if we are showing customers ads which they like, we will see your click-through rates go up, right? And we have done certain tests, and we have seen with our partners that the click-through rates could jump up till 2 to 3 times. And guess what? If your click-through rate jumps, your return on ad spending jumps, right? So it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we might be talking about the future of media, but we're still talking about click-through rates. That'll never go away. Thanks for confirming that is in fact part of the future of media. I do think, to your point, everyone will benefit. But that's not to say that 5G, as a technology, it's going to put pressure on the industry, right? From a publisher side, where I come from, I think there's going to be consumer pressure to deliver richer and more engaging experiences, and that companies like Vox and will have to sort of figure out how to make the best use of that technology and how to satisfy the consumer demand that it's going to create, because people aren't going to be satisfied with, a relatively flat page that loads really fast. Yeah. Right? They're going to want us to take advantage of all of the things we can do with that bandwidth and that low latency. I think your point about the impact it's going to have on advertising and really on creative experiences will put pressure on the industry too. Have you started to talk to creative agencies or had discussions internally about how best to leverage the capabilities that 5G will unlock for, a banner advertisement, really, right? Which will essentially become a portal to do what you want almost.
I mean, think like a banner ad. It could become your, audio streaming ad, where you can have multiple, audio streaming come into, place. And with that 5G speed, you're able to deliver content from 20, 30 different providers, instantly, right? That's one example. Another thing you could also use, instead of using like static images, you can do like 360-degree views of your product or your surroundings. And we've always seen, how you can change your existing environment into a metaverse or a 3D kind of environment also. So yes, I mean, there are different applications. It's just, gaming, of course, is one. Events, would definitely, see a whole different landscape, especially with our, 5G activations during Super Bowl. We did some remarkable experiences for our customers just, few days ago in LA.
Yeah, well, if there's one marketer that should be ready for this, it's you guys. I think, you're talking about experiences that we've tried to bring to consumers through advertising in the past, but that haven't been reliably scalable as good consumer experiences, right? They've been, at times really cool, but also frustrating for the user. So it'll be interesting to see how we can scale some of those approaches and technologies. You mentioned gaming. Gaming is, I think, one of the most obvious and easily understandable benefits of a 5G world. But not that long ago, gaming was considered kind of outside of the mainstream in terms of media or the broader entertainment landscape. It's not even debatable that it's now fully a part of that ecosystem, right? So like music, like movies, games are streamed. And in terms of IP, gaming is virtually every popular film franchise or streaming show has a gaming extension or vice versa. It's not sort of out there in a corner or on an island anymore. Stealing share from traditional media of all types, and it's an increasingly important place for marketers to be. As we look kind of ahead into the future, do you see gaming as a distinct kind of core channel for your brand as a way to connect with consumers? Is that high on your radar?
No, absolutely. I mean, gaming is a core channel. I mean, for us, and I think a lot of brands, they are dabbling their hands into the gaming space. But one thing I want to point out is that console-based gaming is fine, but what we will be seeing with 5G is your cloud-based gaming. That is really going to grow by leaps and bounds, and with again faster speed, 10 times more faster than your 4G. These cloud-based, gaming models, that's really going to, pick up. And just, I think some projections we have got is that, this cloud-based gaming, the revenues could easily touch, I think, around $10 billion by 2025. So that's going to be pretty substantial on the cloud gaming side. But, with 5G, you have super connectivity, and then, instead of, relying on your slower phones and slower speeds, you're able to instantly connect. Think about like a multi-game experience, right? You're playing with your friends. You are not the one who needs to suffer with a poor connectivity, right? Or let's say, you're storming a castle with your friends together. You are not the one who's lagged behind just because, you had a poor connectivity, right? But when everybody is on that 5G network, think about that. I mean, that gaming experience would be incredibly better, for the gamers. And metaverse, I mean, that's the next evolution. I mean, if we talk about gaming, how can we not talk about metaverse, right?
It's inevitable.
So, I mean, we all know Roblox, Fortnite. I mean, they're central. Every household, if you have kids, your kids are playing into it. They're spending, 4 or 5 hours, every day. And there are again some of other metaverse like Decentraland, Upland, Sandbox, and I think Victoria VR was also launched last year. So all these virtual worlds, I mean, they are really generating serious money. So I mean, I always say like forget D2C, direct to consumer. It's going to be direct to avatar, D2A. So, we'll be marketing to your digital version of who you are in those virtual spaces. So many brands have already, done successful product placements. I think last year, Gucci, I mean, they sold their purse more than what it sells in the retail, real physical store environment.
Yeah,
that's something you would never
too.
Right?
Yeah, no, it's almost unfathomable. And to go back to this, I think when we're having this conversation again in a year or two, it'll be kind of old hat almost, right? It seems like the consumer adoption of some of these technologies and concepts is really, really fast. You mentioned Fortnite as kind of a metaverse-like experience. That's a place that has become a kind of proven environment for brands to come in and connect with consumers successfully. But there are examples of those types of environments being sort of fraught for brands. Do you think about sort of, are you extremely cautious about how your brand shows up in digital environments like that, knowing that you're reaching an audience of people who are fully immersed and have a relationship with whatever platform they're engaging with? It just seems like there needs to be an extra level of sensitivity in order to take full advantage of them.
I mean, yeah, of course, you're following your brand guidelines, your overarching brand guidelines, brand principles, which you follow what you're following in your real world, they don't change. But, this is such a new space. I mean, this is a space where you can experiment, learn, it's like an open canvas. You can paint any way you want it. And this is giving marketers an opportunity to try, risk, and get some learnings. And I think previous session we were talking about reaching Gen Z. So I think if your audience is Gen Z, this is a right medium to experiment. And we have seen so many brands experiment, like Hyundai, for example. They launched their hydrogen fuel cell powered cars into Roblox. And there's INEQ. So again, you are introducing your cool concept cars to these young generations, hoping that, as they mature, they would become loyal brand buyers, from you. And I think McDonald's just recently filed, I think like probably 8 or 10 trademarks. So they will be setting up their, virtual McDonald's stores, which will be delivering virtual food. I mean, who would imagine that? Sam?
Not me. But yeah, and I think it's interesting to see whether or not that idea of virtual food delivery is it having a moment now as sort of a stunt, or is that something that people are actually going to look for in the future? And I guess despite this being the future of media, I don't think it's something we know the answer to.
Yep, and it's always very simple. We always follow, where people go, right? So whether it's a metaverse or a crowded street or a commercial break, I mean, the rules for business, seeking to stand out, they remain the same, right? Number one, stand out. Creativity is defining definitely the competitive advantage, and the possibilities for creativity are so vast. There are no rules, there are no laws, right? Nothing applies. I mean, it's like no laws of physics apply here. In short, anything is possible.
Yeah, I think that's a great. Some of the editors at The Verge were talking about this sort of, I guess, video that resurfaced a few weeks ago when kind of the metaverse talk was really heating up culturally, and it was something that Walmart had published years ago. That was forward looking, and it was essentially demonstrating a metaverse-like sort of digital shopping experience. And it was showing an avatar essentially walking through a digital representation of a Walmart. And it was getting panned on Twitter and other places, right? As for the reason that, like, that's not a consumer experience that people necessarily want. And to your point, when you're in that space, there aren't rules. You shouldn't just be, purely recreating an IRL experience in a digital space, because you don't have to. And I think, in talking with those Verge editors, their point was that, exactly what you just said, which is you've got to follow the consumer's lead, and develop experiences for them that actually take full advantage of the format, as opposed to just trying to recreate things. It'll be really interesting to watch brands figure that out over the next few years.
Absolutely. So what's your digital avatar, Sam? Who's your digital Sam?
TBD. I'm not ready to go wide with that yet. I'll figure it out. I'm definitely the guy who's lagging behind and storming the castle, no matter how good my connection is. So I've got a little work to do. So another topic that has been a part of the conversation in the past of media, but I think is poised to change significantly in the future, is brand safety and fraud. So if the past is any indication, this whole world isn't getting any less complex. The sort of advertising ecosystem in the digital space is crowded. There's very little transparency. Verizon as a brand has taken a strong stance against ad fraud, toward brand safety, supply chain hygiene. Do you see this getting simpler, easier in the future? Are you going to have a better sense of exactly where your dollars and impressions are going? What is your kind of take on that as we look ahead?
Well, personally, my opinion, it's going to get worse. We have always been asking for that transparency for so many years now. And I mean, in fact, eMarketer did a survey last year, and they asked, so they listed some of the priorities. So the transparency was number one, followed by ad fraud. Like 67% of media buyers demand transparency, followed by the ad fraud. So unless we get that transparency, it's going to be very, very difficult. Talk about like IVTs or whatever that number is. Is it 5%, 10%? Or is my fraud capture rate better than yours? I mean, are you really able to identify how much of fraud you are generating? So I think these are some of the questions which industry has to answer and stand up. Who do we blame on? I mean, is it the supply side, DSPs, SSPs, or publishers, right? Or the system is so complex. I mean, the ad tech is built in, I don't know, it's like very long, complex, opaque supply chains. There is no transparency at all. Even the folks in ad tech don't understand how it works. I mean, that is like, I've had conversations, and honestly, they would say, we don't get it. It just works. Again, you get slapped with a, let's say, agency fee of 20% or 30%. Where is that agency fees going? There are how many middlemen are there? How it is getting sliced and diced? Facebook doesn't take the whole thing. Ad exchange doesn't take the whole thing. How is that money getting split? We have literally no transparency. And because there is no transparency, leads to scams and fraud. And again, ANA kind of puts the fraud around, $7 to $8 billion. But Juniper Research, they put the fraud at much higher number, which is roughly, will be touching almost $40 billion, by the end of this year. So it's a big problem we have. And we have seen the rise of mobile ad networks, and that has led to more fraud, from device hijacking to fake downloads, to IDK spoofing. So this problem, I mean, it's going to grow as time passes, because there is a shift happening from traditional, to digital, and now from digital to mobile. And mobile ad networks are actually, more susceptible. And now we have the over the top, think about that, the CTV, right? I think Pixelate ran a study, and they found that 1/4 of the ads are shown when the TVs were turned off. So, I mean, who's to blame now? I mean, right?
Yeah.
That's just, one part of the problem. And you will see, like, as, new inventory format or types, come up, like the native, audio. So these fraudsters, they're going to follow. And they're going to follow where the eyeballs are and where the money goes, right? Right now, the money is moving into the mobile ad networks. I mean, your traditional video, that is the biggest, I would say, susceptible to fraud. Because for videos, we need impressions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these fraudsters want to give you, they're going to harvest impressions, they're going to share that with you, right? So I think that's a big problem, which we have to consider and address. Overall, your IVT rates or the fraud rates across a full media buy, may look smaller, but I always urge, brand folks to really, dig deep and go closer and see, what pockets of fraud, where is it going? These are sophisticated fraudsters, they're moving away from the stuff where it is hard and where they can't make money anymore. They will find pockets of your app or your site, and they will do the dirty job.
Wow, not what I was hoping you would say. You could have just said, no, it'll go away soon. But no, you're right. I mean, the extent of the problem is something I think we're just starting to understand, and that'll be the first step in really trying to eradicate this.
It's going to be hard. And again, I always kind of, point out like 3 things you have to keep a note, Sam. One is your, flag rate, then you have the detection rate and the accuracy. So by detection rate, I mean the percentage of fraud that a vendor will report to you in their ad specs, right? It could be 5%, 8%, whatever, 10%, right? That doesn't mean that all the inventory that was flagged as fraud is actually fraud, right? So now comes the second concept, which is accuracy. So what we have now is just a flag rate war going on, right? Publisher X will come say, my flag rate is higher than yours. Well, so I'm catching more fraud, right? Is that really true, right? You cannot tell because you don't know whether all that inventory is actually correctly identified as fraud.
Yeah.
Right, Sam? I mean, so we have a lot of challenges, so the fraud is not going away. Just to be honest and candid, it's going to get worse. Yeah.
Yeah, the OTT thing, frankly, isn't even something that I'd considered, but that's a pretty staggering number in a environment that I guess is right for new fraudsters. So something to certainly keep an eye on. I want to bring a question in from the chat about media mix and how you determine at what point it's the right time to invest in a technology or a space that's starting to hit critical mass. Gaming or Web3 is the example in the question. How do you determine when that space is ripe for investment?
So you start small. If you see any space which is heating up, for the best example is Clubhouse. Clubhouse did not even have an ad model to start with, right? They were like slowly deciding, and then they came up with something. So if you see, your brand makes a fit in that space, and that's where your audiences are. You start small, you test, you see the lift. Is it really making sense? And then if it justifies, and you're getting a very high return on ad spend, and then where you scale your investments up. So my recommendation is start small and then go big.
And if this is sort of the second part of the question, if the val prop of that space, and again, sort of Web3 being the example, is building long-term community or a relationship with a group of people over time, would a test and sort of dipping your toe into the space give you an accurate read on whether or not that's viable there, if you have sort of a long-term goal in a space? Because it does seem like some of the new spaces are meant for relationship development, and that you can then tack on commerce and a bunch of other things to that. Do you test there, or do you have to test fairly aggressively? And if it's the latter, how do you get the confidence to do that in one of these new spaces?
Yeah, I mean, I think you answered your own question. So yes, yes, you get the sense of how it's performing, and then you scale up your investment over a period of time. But again, you need to find, are your audience really hanging out in that space? That's the key.
Yeah.
It's not just because, hey, TikTok, Charlie D'Amelio partnered with Dunkin', she's their brand ambassador, doesn't mean that, she can do wonders for your brand, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be just, very specific. What is your overall, brand philosophy, your overall arching goals and objectives, and, stick to your brand DNA.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I can tell you as somebody who's been in, on the sales side of the digital space for almost a couple of decades at this point, we don't see as many test budgets for what we now consider traditional tactics as we used to. But that used to be kind of a bread and butter thing, right? Of let's try this and see if it works. I think there's now a better understanding of what the return on ad spend will be for a typical digital investment. And I'm sure we'll get to that place with these new technologies as well. And I think let's move on to another thing that was certainly discussed in the previous session, but that I know is something that you've taken note of too, and that's the rise of retail media networks. We talked earlier this week about cookie deprecation and you mentioned retailers as a group that has really vast caches of first-party data because they have one-to-one relationships with their customers, and it's a growing force in the space. You pointed out Amazon as kind of the biggest and most obvious example, but Walmart with Walmart Connect and Target with Roundel, there are others who are significantly expanding their capabilities. What does the future hold for that space? What's the unique value now, and where do you think it's going?
Yeah, I mean, it's growing by leaps and bounds. I mean, last 2 years, I've seen 30-40% jump in revenues in the retail media space. And we have seen so many new players come into this space. And as you said earlier, with that third-party cookies on the way out and the privacy regulations, coming in, I think now it's the time for retailers to take advantage of their first-party data, brand recognition, and the customer relationships, they have to attract, whether it's, CPG brand dollars, or for example, Best Buy, they have the opportunity to attract in a very niche segment. And we have seen, so many brands have come up with their own retail media networks. Dollar Tree, who would imagine Dollar Tree would come up with their own retail media network, right? And you have, of course, Walgreens is there. You mentioned, Target, Kroger, that's another one. You got Best Buy, Home Depot. Home Depot has their own retail media network now. But, the challenge is that even these retailers, their networks, small networks, and they would offer up their, tens and millions of their members, right? Part of their loyalty platform. They would never be able to match the scale of the Google, the Facebook, and the Amazon, right? So there's a question for ad buyers. Do you have an appetite to plug into amounts yet another walled garden? That's something we have to think about, right? So you're moving from walled garden, which is the giant, 3 of them, right? And then they'll have so many small walled gardens, Dollar Tree, and you have, Best Buy, and then Home Depot, right? Which would be, little in their own tiny little space. They are very, I would say, niche audiences. So if your segments are targeting those, definitely that would be, something, you could definitely look at. And of course, I think, since, all these retail media networks have a strong loyalty databases you can leverage. And I'm pretty sure, they would be reporting all, complete, full funnel reporting with, clicks. And if you're doing coupons, it will be coupon clip rates, right? Overall sales, ROI, and of course, the entire, attribution modeling. So, this space will grow, Sam. It's continue to grow, and we're going to find out is that, there will be a lot of competition driving this retail media innovation, because now it's so easy. There are so many third-party providers which will, plug and play. And hey, if you have more than 500 locations, you can start up your own retail media network in, less than a week, right?
Yeah.
So with all these third parties, it's going to become much, much easier. And then I think retailers are getting better at this digital advertising game. They have learned, and now there is not a very steep learning curve. We have partners which will come in and they set up the entire system for you. And one more thing I think we need to definitely talk about is the new kind of partnerships, which have come up. Traditionally, they always did your search ads, right? You search and do the ad. But now I think, you will see different types of ads, which could be, display and video ads. Like this year, Walmart, they I think had a partnership with Trade Desk, right? So they would be offering more connected TV types of advertising through demand side platform partnerships. And then, you have the Kroger and the Roku on the content platforms. So you will see, aggressively, moving into new different types of media formats like CTV for the retail side. So I think that's something, we'll watch closely. Yeah. This year.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I hadn't, I think the biggest examples are the ones that come to mind first. But to your point, that the world of retail is so vast and it can exist in so many different sort of niche spaces. Home Depot is a really great example of somebody who has an incredible amount of data and really strong relationships with a specific type of consumer that could be of value to someone. I could see that landscape or ecosystem quickly becoming overwhelming, though, for somebody like Verizon who wants to talk to everybody, more or less, right? So it'll be a lot to navigate, but I think you're absolutely right that it's just going to continue to expand. A question in the chat, if we've got time for this, Paul, is it, and I'll read it verbatim, but it says Verizon has some very specific ESG goals. Will Verizon be activating media dollars against these initiatives to engage consumers in those efforts?
Well,
hey, Sam, I think we're just about at time.
Oh, okay. Well,
might have to save that one, Abhi.
We'll follow up on that next year.
But I will second your last point around data sharing and collaboration, and how, I know our AWS customers are leaning in on their first party data and how to enhance that data, and in many cases, how to monetize it. And even at Amazon and AWS, we actually have an Amazon Marketing Cloud, which is a clean room for advertising insights that we make available to our customers. So just dittoing your sentiments there, Abhi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Paul. Okay.
Great
Thanks.
stuff. So we're going to transition to a panel actually from Massmutual Life Insurance. So there's a group of panelists from Massmutual that are going to join us. I'll go through their names, and then also the moderator, Kathleen Nagel from Senior Account Executive at TEEDS, is going to moderate this session. Well, we've got Alex Cyberman, who's the AVP and Head of Growth, Search, and Social Media for Massmutual. Also, Bridget Nelson, who's the Head of Brand Performance and Audience Research. And then we've got Krista Perry, who's the Brand Director for Massmutual. Kristen Lane, who's VP and Head of Customer Activation and Engagement. And then finally, we've got Bailey Conligan, who's the Director of Integrated Marketing. So it looks like we've got a great mix of marketers from Massmutual that represent a lot of the areas of the business and the marketing function. So that's really exciting. So it'd be interesting to see the kind of insights that you guys can share and how you're working together and around the future of media at Massmutual. Maybe just before you start, maybe talk a little bit about Massmutual and your footprint in terms of financial products and kind of where you sit in the marketplace.
Yeah, Paul, we can absolutely do that. I think we're just waiting on one more panelist to join. Our fearless leader, Kristen Lane, should be on here in just a second. But I suppose as we're waiting there, I'll get it started and ask everyone to support me here. So we're one of the largest life insurance providers in the country, primarily whole life sales, but we also sell term life insurance. But we are a comprehensive financial services company that offers annuities, 529 and college planning, all types of retirement savings options, wealth planning through our 7,500 financial advisors that work directly with clients. But additionally, we create products that can be purchased through any number of different financial institutions. So I see Kristen coming on now. Kristen, we're introducing Massmutual, the brand, and just kind of what we sell and what our footprint is in the marketplace. I touched on a few products, but I'd love to kick it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Alex. Hello, everybody. Sorry for that little glitch in the beginning there. Great to be here today. We have a lot to talk about. We really appreciate the brand innovators pulling our team together to talk about what we do behind the scenes and the future of media. So Massmutual, it's a 170-plus-year-old company. We are based in Massachusetts. We've got a brand new, beautiful headquarters down in the seaport of Boston, which is considered the innovation district. And at the end of this, we're going to talk about some of the open roles we have. So what we're hoping will come across is not only how smart and collaborative the team is, but also we're looking for new marketers to join us, and we'll run through the open roles we have. But Massmutual as a brand, our purpose is at the core of our purpose is what you could call, sort of a social, like almost like an ESG kind of principle. Our purpose is to help people secure their futures and to protect the ones they love. And so, we've been doing this for 170 plus years. We have gone through a transformation of the brand in the last 5 years into a much more of a modern, data-driven digital company. And our strategy for the brand has really been focused on building top-line awareness to consumers. And as we've grown our metrics in terms of awareness, we're now able to move our target audiences, which we call new and motivated parents, and we're going to get into more of this, but down the purchase funnel. And the interesting thing about our business model is that Massmutual serves both distribution, which Alex touched on, but also manufacturing. We make a lot of products that are distributed through other third parties like Fidelity. And so really the role of the brand is to ensure that at point of sale, whether it's through likely an intermediary, sometimes direct to consumer, but mostly sold through intermediaries like financial advisors, that when, an application gets handed across the table, a consumer feels good about the brand. And so that's what this team is really here to do. Thanks. Is that a good setup?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and so and Paul teed it up perfectly. We wanted to talk about the larger brand purpose and proposition of Massmutual. So we have the distinct challenge of talking about the future of media and also getting behind the brand of Massmutual in now less than 40 minutes. So when we brainstormed, it was an amazing conversation, can attest to how awesome this team is. The 3 pillars we decided to focus on is firstly, just changes in organizational alignment and Massmutual's new playbook. Then we're going to dive into those discoveries from that new playbook and its future impact on media and marketing. And then lastly, we're going to talk about what's next and exciting and upcoming initiatives for Massmutual as a brand, and maybe some predictions, as we always love to do in the media world, that people are thinking about. So first, we wanted to dive into the changes in the organizational alignment at Massmutual and how you're building out a new playbook. Firstly, I think we talked about just how many new things that you're taking on. You plan across multiple teams, multiple agencies, multiple channels. So I'd love for someone to dive in and talk about how they've now built alignment across the whole org and how that's changed fundamentally for you all.
Well, I'll start off at the highest level and then invite others to build on this. But within the last year, we've gone through a complete reorganizational alignment, during the sort of following the pandemic, or I guess we're still in it. So over the last year, all of marketing has been consolidated under one leader, Jennifer Halloran, who's our CMO. And I know she's been a guest of Brand Innovators in the past. But the entire team came together, all the marketers from distribution and then from different centers of excellence throughout the company. So with this new alignment, we've really been focused on kind of building scalable and repeatable programs and processes. And with that said, we've also been fortunate enough in partnership with Bridget and her team and our data science partners to have multi-touch attribution model now and a media mix model that is predictive and it can inform specific ROI that we're driving into the business. And I don't know if anybody wants to jump in there, but that's a pretty rich kind of new, in terms of like new things. I think we feel really fortunate that we have this model in place and can point specifically to the value of marketing and brand to the bottom line.
Yeah, and I think, Kristen, just to hit on that reorg, we centralized internally as a marketing organization, but we also centralized all of our agency partners. So there has been a lot more rigor in a good way, in a positive way, around what partners we work with. We started a new relationship with Gray. We started a new relationship with Firewood, who has become Media Monks. And just looking at what these agencies deliver, how they align with what Massmutual really stands for, and how they can push the work forward. And I think, a lot of places call their agencies suppliers, but we really like to think of them. And I think in practice, we also treat them like an extension of our team and as true partners. So with changes internally came changes externally, and now the dust has settled, and it's really exciting just to see the work that is coming out of these partnerships.
I think we wanted to dive in next into how much more insight driven you've become across your efforts, and namely how you've been able to now take both B2C and B2b and interact them more, and how that's been reimagined for you. I know, Bailey, that was a big part of your endeavor, and any other teammates that want to hop in and talk about that.
Yeah, I think, everything we do should have an insight that's tied to it. We have become extremely proficient across the whole marketing organization in having all of our work spur out of briefs, and just the importance of briefs, not only when working with external partners, but internal as well, and sharing insights across the teams. I think before we were one centralized organization and working with others, it was harder to share learnings and share insights. But now with Bridget's team and my team and really everyone on the call, it's just a much more open and shareable stance. And I think too, the work is never done just because we had it on our roadmap and we want the work to be done. The work is done based on consumer needs. So we, if we don't have an insight, we look to our resources to find one. So Alex's team can pull data on what people are searching for. We can see on our owned content and our blog posts what is popping. I think one funny, if you look at it this way, example, like a lot of divorce content was spiking during the pandemic, which we know now makes sense, but being able to see how our customers, and I mean B2B and B2C, are reacting should and can influence the content that we're developing. The content I feel like used to be native or owned or a straight up ad, and we've just kind of moved more so into this exchange of information and looking to the performance of the content we have and influencing the content that we create to ensure, we are a 175 plus year old company, but our content, I would argue, is still and always will be super relevant.
Yeah, and I can jump in and talk a little bit about the B2c B2b interaction. So with our national advertising campaign, our main message is really for a consumer audience, but we think about that as kind of the halo message for the brand to change perceptions in the marketplace. And we alluded to this playbook that we've kind of started to pull together just this year. This year, our new consumer campaign called Uncomfortable Truths has been in market for a year. It's now time to bring that to some of our B2B partners. So what we've done is kind of in a very insight-driven way, distilled down a lot of different facts and truths that resonate with other products and distribution lines across the business, and distilled that into a strategic artifact that our marketing partners can use to brief their team. So we're really trying to align at that strategic level to then produce work that feels like it's all coming from the same brand and the same voice.
Yeah. And keep in mind, like I say this every day probably, so sorry for everyone who hears it from me, but our B2B audiences are also consumers. So the work that Krista is doing with national partners and with tentpole media and our Uncomfortable Truths campaign is also being seen by our field force or our brokers. So when we come to them with content to use with their consumers or with content to pull them into the brand, there's already this halo that we can play off of. And we've married quite nicely the B2C communications and trickled them down to B2B communications as well.
And Alex, I think you should talk a little bit about, how we've pivoted from a consumer standpoint, we're always on, but I think it would be great to talk about the journey work that's underway, and then the new work on B2B as well.
Yeah.
And some of the how we take tests and turn them into, scaled programs.
Absolutely. And I think it all started from a lot of the work that Bridget did when we re-centralized and teaching us that our insights for B2B also worked for B2C, or some of the changes that we made in perception and behavior pivoted across both audiences, which allowed us to then turn our campaigns to always on, right? And not go out of market and take an approach that did focus on uncomfortable truths at the awareness level, and then drive that through into cultural moments to change consideration across different channels. Then we would pulse with additional incremental things for, say, a B2B audience. Here's new research that we've put out on the relationship people have with money, or here's some additional work that we've done around conversations people are afraid to have with their financial professional, right? So those were things that we could pulse out while we still had the backdrop up of uncomfortable truths, while we still were present in cultural moments. And then that led to an always on approach where we also aren't afraid to ask for the quote unquote sale, right? Where we are retargeting and sequencing people and taking them on a journey from, who we are, and we're willing to help you through uncomfortable conversations. We're willing to help you with financial planning. But at some point you have to click the ad. At some point you have to visit the website. At some point you have to call your advisor. And so we turned those campaigns into the backdrop for us to run these really innovative digital programs where we could take somebody from unaware through converted. And it all, again, stemmed from insights and some great work Bridget did, but we do it across B2B and B2C. And maybe the language changes slightly, but the brand doesn't. You always know it's Massmutual because we're so consistent, because the teams work so well together.
Yeah. And Bridget, you've been such a great partner to us too. Like, I think it's interesting when we look at performance, I think what we love about our partnership is the insights you bring on the media front.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I tell anybody who will listen that I'm very, very spoiled with the team that I get to partner with, because they're hungry for insights and they're hungry for measurements. And I don't have to do that hard upskilling of why that matters. So the two key points that, I would, want to, bring out, and Alex alluded to this, was this idea of not being afraid to run tests and say, we need to learn some things so that we can then scale them. So really, thinking about how we can take some of this great insights-driven work and then apply it and then scale it. The other piece too that I would layer in is we live in a dynamic world and people are always changing and evolving too. So I think as well, this mindset of an insight right now is not, it's not static, and that we reserve the right to learn, test, evolve, with that. It's really around an evolution. And then tying all of that back to, as Kristen mentioned, with our media mix model, we can actually say there is ROI and business impact to everything that the team is doing, which has always been a struggle for marketing, and that we're not, heads of sales that we can say, hey, we sold this number of things. Everybody in leadership can kind of nod their head and say, yes, we know there's value in marketing, but now we can say how much, and that's incredibly, incredibly empowering. So.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Yeah, it's a great dovetail into our second section, where we're just going to talk about now, further dive into these discoveries and also the future impact. I think, Bridget, it'd be great to dive into we're seeing all these new players impact media. I think particularly in the financial services and investment space. I know we should call it the crypto bowl, from Sunday. And aside from being a geriatric millennial loving the halftime show, it was all crypto ads, and it was really eye-opening. So I think it'd be great to hear how, with audience insights, all these things you're seeing, how is Massmutual now pivoted, with these players impacting the space in crypto and sports betting and investment apps, and more democratization of investment. How are you pivoting to more younger and diverse audiences, and what have you found?
I think what to your point around, the crypto bowl, and we've all heard about, who was claiming it. Was it the Gen Xers versus the millennials that, it was for them? I think what's interesting is that, for this industry, is whether it's crypto, whether it's NFTs, whatever it is, there is now excitement and, dare I say, sexiness to financial services that never really existed before. And I think for us, it's actually really exciting that people are leaning forward and engaging in ways. Now, that's not saying that Massmutual needs to jump in and start offering NFTs, or I actually need to figure out really what are NFTs, because it's just such a vague idea to me. But it's really around the idea of saying there are more people leaning forward into financial services, and they're not the affluent boomers that we all think of as, the core target. So for us, it's around recognizing that trend in the marketplace and saying, who are those people leaning forward? What can we know about them, and how can we support them on this journey? Because is crypto this big bubble that's going to pop like .com back in the early aughts? I don't know. While I might have some great pulse on insights, I do not yet have cracked the code on a actual crystal ball. But I think for us, it's really kind of, it's reading the room, understanding who's engaging and how we can support them through that journey in that insights-driven way.
I think we wanted to cover next just how this has also enabled a huge, culture of testing and innovation, as you spoke about earlier. I know Krista and Bailey, talking about this test and learn strategy and how it's built out new best practices, and how you're more digitally enabling everything that you're doing across all media.
Yeah, I can take that one. And also, just to allude to the crypto bull, I think we also, as a from a media strategy perspective, we really shifted some of our best practices this past year because of a lot of the new entrants into the marketplace. We established kind of a balance between long-term investment partners and then like a flex fund that we plan quarterly, so we can use inputs from Bridget's team and the media mix modeling to kind of test and learn throughout the year. But in terms of testing and learning, I could just touch on over the past 2 years, we have been reserving some of our media dollars for this test and learn and optimizations that come from Bridget and her team. And a couple factors that turned into part of our always on strategy was this idea of buying continuity TV through audience driven platforms, and then also retargeting our TV viewers on audio. So those were two kind of significant shifts in our overall media plan that took dollars away from like the traditional terrestrial radio partners that we were buying with, and also the direct to broadcast partners relationships, and kind of funneled those dollars into these new ways of buying our target audience. And we've seen really great gains over the past couple years.
Yeah, and I think, Krista, to build on that, for our B2B audiences or our distribution channel audiences, typically where you would expect to see Massmutual show up in terms of media is, LinkedIn and trade publications. But there is this want and need, especially now that we can see how audiences are over-indexing and what their media consumption habits are when they're acting as consumers. There is this new outlook as, yes, we should probably show up in the financial services trade. Everyone is used to seeing us there, and we still need to be there, but we can test in these other platforms that are more of a surprise. Or we can, Alex, work with your team on the programmatic initiative to find these audiences in the places that aren't as obvious. That's not a hot take by any means, but with our insights, we can now show up in other places that are a little more surprising and kind of keep the message from Massmutual fresh for these audiences.
Yeah, and on that point, Billy, I think, one thing I want to mention also from a media standpoint that hasn't been discussed yet is we've found great success in leveraging publishers around cultural moments. And, one of the things as a brand that we strive to do is have an unmissable presence in culture. And that can come to life in all kinds of different ways. But we have successfully partnered with two of our favorites, the Washington Post and the New York Times, on huge cultural platforms that each partner has launched. And through partnering with them, we're able to find a super sharp audience that we're trying to reach. And we're also able to sort of partner up to bring co-created content together to life. And last year, with the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Massacre, Massmutual partnered with the New York Times to produce, the Tulsa Massacre was the burning of 100 Black-owned businesses in a section of Tulsa called Greenwood. And so to flip the lens on what happened 100 years ago, we created a shoppable storefront on the NewYorkTimes.com that had never been done before. And we brought 100 Black-owned small businesses a digital storefront. 70 of them were curated just across America. And the other 30 came from, our existing Massmutual customers that we were able to, help in terms of building new sales and revenue for them. And that was a great way for us to have not only a presence in culture, but something that was authentic and made sense for Massmutual, because business owners are a core target of our audience.
Alex, I think you're going to hop in. So
yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I like one thing that we're all kind of talking around, and I think it's important that we, especially as we talk about the future of media, with the insights and data that we've been able to generate across channels, we've also gotten a lot better at leveraging the best elements of different channels in our media planning. So taking a data-driven, almost digital media buying approach to national television media buying, right? That's if we talk about the future of media, it is taking the best of our various elements and combining them in a way that makes sense for us, right? And I saw that there's a question that we'll probably get to in a little bit about programmatic and fraud and a cookieless future. And this is a period of transition for us. So we have brought everyone together, and now the focus is what worked over here, and are there elements of that we can take, right? We know that radio works, but it doesn't have to be terrestrial radio. And in fact, we can get better measurement if we go with digital radio. But what are the elements of terrestrial that we want to keep, right? Live reads, for example, were always really impactful for us. So then you end up looking at podcasts. And these are the things that all marketers are going through, but our centralized function coupled with just doing it. And that's the culture of testing, right? Where we went from basically buying a lot of tent poles to realizing that 10 plus frequency had a huge impact. So we needed to achieve that frequency, even though CPMs and GRPs are going through the roof, or cost per rating points going through the roof. So we had to find new ways to find these audiences. So we used our data, we used our insights, and we used new ways of buying on old channels or old ways of buying on new channels. And we've seen a lot of success with that combination of thinking.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect segue to what's next and upcoming initiatives and focuses for Massmutual. I think that's a great transition into what we were talking about, which is taking best practices from your tentpole media and translating that to streaming specifically. I think obviously you endeavored to share, that's a huge goal for this year. So you could share some insights there. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I can take that one. So we're very interested in the streaming space, and we've definitely dipped our toes into the Peacocks and the Hulus of the world. But I don't know if there's shared sentiment with others on this call around kind of the frustration with the way targeting is enabled on the streaming platforms. There really isn't any right now, and it's all just being built out currently. So we're really staying close to that and kind of evolving the way we think about how we're reaching our audience on those platforms. Maybe we're taking best practices from how we activate podcasts, where we're looking at the context of the show versus who's actually watching it in terms of creating that message. So that's definitely something that's on our radar.
Yes, and things right with cookieless, right? Focusing more on the context. I think another thing we wanted to focus on, and maybe have Bridget and Kristen speak about, is just how much resonance of being purpose-driven is going to remain, and also the consumer feedback about how much that matters to them. So maybe I think through the Live Mutual project and other things, how is Massmutual keeping that at the forefront?
So, I always, one of my closest colleagues at Massmutual is Dennis Touquette. He's the president of our foundation. And, when I joined Massmutual, he was on the interview panel, and we talked a lot about our current Massmutual's purpose inherently works for purpose as a purpose-driven brand, right? So helping people secure their futures and protect those that they love. And so the Live Mutual project, which was launched several years ago, is really designed to bring financial resiliency to financial deserts across America. And there are many of those that exist. We did a great partnership with the Washington Post a few years ago to show the difference between a financially resilient community and one that's considered a financial desert, and what the difference is in terms of how people live, the resources that are available to them, and really what that means. And so one of our big efforts this year is to scale the Live Mutual projects to more communities across America. And our intent really is to identify common threads that exist across the communities, so that we can, sort of help bring more well-being there. But we're not going to do it alone. And as a company that's mutually owned, so we're a mutual company, which means we're owned by our policyholders. We are going to be looking for other people who want to step forward, join us, and help us take action. So a lot to come this year from Massmutual in terms of purpose and scaling that Live Mutual project. And we'll do it in ways that, include traditional media to get the word out, but also obviously tons and tons of digital media, not only to reach those people who we think can become change makers, but also to reach the audience that can greatly benefit from the programs that we will be bringing to local communities. So we're super excited about that.
I think in terms of consumer trends, so as we mentioned, we're engaging with the younger audiences. And I think that over the last couple of years, there has been a lot of evidence to showcase the importance, especially of those younger audiences, of those purpose-driven brands and giving back and being society-centric. That's a term that I've kind of invented. I don't know that it exists, but really that focus on the greater good. And we're seeing more and more, especially with the millennial audience, that they will go out of their way to find brands, engage with brands, and want to work with brands that are benefiting the greater good. So I think for us too, all of these pieces dovetail together really well, that this is our brand vision. And it's not new. This is what it has been. This is what we have been working towards. So I think for us, coupling that with some of the insights around, where we are going as a society, it just tees up very, very, very nicely.
When I joined Massmutual too, I think someone asked the question, why did you choose Massmutual as a brand? And first of all, it's because of the team on the call here, but also we are a company that doesn't just talk the talk. There's tons of internal programs that we do as employees, that we have for our customers, that are just all laddering up to our brand purpose. I think one that has launched in the last 2 years is our supplier diversity initiative, where, amongst media and creative spends, typically only 3 to 10% of that spend goes to diverse owned partners, which is huge. So our goal as a team is to hit at least 20% over the next 5 years. And there's a big goal across the company. It's not just marketing, but there's, different ways. We've done tons of RFPs. We have diversity language in all of our contracts. So it's just important to us as a company, but we're also looking to partner with other companies that either embody that diversity or uphold the same want and need in their partnerships.
Great point, Bailey. Awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. I think, so we time it correctly. I think we have about 4 minutes before we do a small Q&A, but would love each of you to speak, obviously, very shortly and the testing and learning world at Massmutual. There's so many things you're probably working on, but for your predictive future, what do you think you'll be working on in the next, 3 to 6 months, or what do you think the future holds for you in your role at Massmutual?
Sure, I'll jump in because I know we didn't touch on cookieless, and I don't know how many digital folks we have on the line who are just hanging with bated breath waiting for that conversation. But as somebody who focuses a lot of my energy on digital, I know the next 6 months for me are going to be spent on accumulating and leveraging first-party data in a privacy-first manner that allows us to continue to talk to our audiences. And it's such a big focus for us as a company. We want to have conversations with our customers and our prospects, learn about them. Again, privacy compliant, safe manner, secure. But we want to kill the cookie, right? Maybe we've imbued this one thing with too much power, but conceptually, we don't need to pay to have a conversation or to learn something about our key audiences. We need to ask them. We need to listen to them. And that's what we've been focused on for the last year. And I know that that's going to be the next 6 months. It doesn't mean that we're not going to do things like server-side integrations, right? CAPI Gateway and all of this other work that we're doing to ensure that we do have good data connections between our partners and our own internal databases. But yeah, the key for us in the future proofing is always in great creative and being in the right place. But then now we have the opportunity to use first-party data in a better way, or call it zero-party data if you want to be clever. But this is what we're trying to do, right? We want to ask people how they feel and how we can help them, and then deliver against that expectation. And that's going to eat our world up for the next little bit, but I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and I'll pile on there and just say, for me, it's really about how do we take what we've learned? If we look at our category, Massmutual spends probably a third of what our key competitors do. And yet what we're seeing in our brand health data is that we're truly are punching above our weight, and we're making gains on our 3 core KPIs at a greater degree than our competitors are. And that's a combination of 2 things: being really smart about where we invest money, combining tentpole with frequency, and what that frequency mix looks like. And I think for us, it's really going to be about how do we take our tentpole playbook and apply it to streaming? And how do we continue to have messages that are about close personal relationships? Like the idea of Live Mutual when we relaunched the brand was about societal issues and how people were looking out for one another. But the pandemic has brought looking out for one another into a much closer focus on personal relationships. And we've now got a campaign and message that is breaking through there. So for us, it's going to be about taking our playbook, learning from what some of the cryptos are doing. They're following the financial services playbook, which is interesting and something we're looking at. But how do we apply what we know and have learned to streaming as a tentpole philosophy? That's all I have for this. Just that small thing. I don't know, Krista, Bailey, Bridget, what else there is.
One other thing I'll just add in terms of our media mix in general, and I know we spent a ton of time talking about the future of media and digital, but we actually want to explore print and what that could mean for our media mix. And obviously lots of people say print is dead, and there's different ways to consume the written word. So we're kind of doing a strategic undertaking around what that could mean. How do we leverage the best of print, and how do we also capitalize on the different ways that people are consuming content through the traditional print publications?
I'm totally borrowing this slide from someone, Colin Burns, who's on our team, our product team here, our product marketing team. He said this morning, how do we create campaigns and creative to support our products? So it would be B2B campaigns that B2C marketers can be jealous of. So that's a big focus of my team.
I like that line, Bailey.
It's a good one, right?
Yeah.
I think for me, it's really around leveraging new tools, new ways to find great insights so that I can share them. So that's all also constantly evolving. So it's not just about mining for the next great insight, but it's also understanding where can that come from. So that's fun in and of itself because I love my job and I'm a big data nerd. So.
Okay, so we have one question that came through in the Q&A box, and then we'll talk about some of the open rules at Massmutual quickly. So if someone would love to answer, are you able to share how Massmutual ensures media cost and quality from your agency partners?
I'll take the first 15 seconds, and then Krista, if you want to follow up with some additional. So we did in-house all of our digital media in partnership with our media agency of record. So we opted for an in-house model for programmatic, for search, for social. So all of our media buying, if there's a problem, somebody comes and knocks on my cubicle and asks what's going on. But how do we ensure quality? It's the same debate that I heard on the previous session that we'll have probably until the end times. You do the best you can and you realize that there's going to be some slippage. And so we use third-party verification. We use inclusion lists in all of our programmatic. We look for additional audit and verification measures on a quarterly or biannual basis. But we recognize that unfortunately it comes with the territory, right? Like we are not fraud-free, and we know that. The moment we re-entered the programmatic space, we knew what we were getting ourselves into. But it's one of the reasons that we in-housed it. We can move faster. And the best agency relationships we have, which I think we have here at Massmutual, don't always move at that speed, at least in digital, but they support us in such a wonderful way, right? They're in all of our planning sessions with us. They bring new partners to the table. So it's a two-way relationship with our agency, but the actual hands on keyboards has been brought in-house, which makes us a little bit, I think, nimbler than we used to be.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you have a minute left, would love for you all to talk about open roles. Obviously the best place to check it all out and how you can be a part of this awesome team.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. We'll take that plug. So we are hiring. We're hiring in Boston in our new office, 17-story building at the Seaport in the Innovation District. We have open roles in brand marketing, SEO, integrated marketing, and as well as digital marketing. And Bridget, I don't know if there's any, I think there may be some open roles over on the performance and analytics teams as well. All the jobs can be found on massmutual.com in our career section, but anyone that's on this call and interested in learning more can also reach out to any of us on LinkedIn with a message, and we will follow up. So looking to fill this slate with some great talent out there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen. Hopefully we came across as a team that likes working together, because we definitely are.
Thanks, team, Alex, Krista, Bailey, Kathleen, for sharing some of those insights and also some of the opportunities there at Massmutual as well. So hopefully some of the folks on the call take advantage of that. So I want to take this opportunity to kind of transition to a session that I'm actually going to moderate. And it's with Kate Brady, who's the head of media and innovation and partnership development at PepsiCo North America. Before we start, Kate, hello, hope you're doing well. I just want to introduce myself, Paul Dooley. I'm the head of marketing transformation at AWS. I work at kind of the intersection of both Amazon and AWS, and how we're kind of driving innovation and outcomes for marketers across both AWS and AWS advertising, and Amazon advertising, and Amazon retail. So really looking forward to our discussion, Kate. I know we talked about the future of media and innovation, and I think you're at the intersection of that at PepsiCo. So I thought we'd start out just to do a short introduction, give it a little bit of context and background for who you are and your role at PepsiCo, and before we start diving in on the future of media.
Sorry, having some technical difficulties right now, but I think
No
I'm figuring
worries.
it out.
This is all very casual.
Great. Well, thanks so much for having me, Paul. I'm really happy to be able to talk with you today and tell you a little bit about what my history is and what my team does at PepsiCo. And so for now, I've been in the media landscape for over 20 years, spending over almost 10, just about 10 years on the agency side across a variety of Group M agencies, across almost every vertical during that tenure. But most of the time I spent on the telco and pharma space. In 2010, I did make the jump to the client side of the desk when I joined Pepsi. And I spent about 9 years in our North American beverages business, where I had the privilege of working on every single one of our beverages across our portfolio, with the exception of Gatorade, which is run out of a different business unit. But that all changed about 3 years ago, when I did have the opportunity to now work on Gatorade across, as well as every brand that's in our portfolio. Because as you mentioned, I am our global head of media innovation and partnership development. We sit in a team called our Demand Accelerator Group. And I'm in a subset of that team called the Media and Data Team. And it's been an amazing journey over these past 3 years building this team up.
Yeah, that's great. I love the marketers that have made that transition, working on the agency side, and then working on the client side, and then across such a global brand portfolio. It's a very unique skill set. So I think you are well positioned to have some great insights around the future of media. So let's talk a little bit. I know you and I chatted about that particular team that you're leading around media innovation and partnerships. Talk a little bit about the mission that you have and the goals at PepsiCo for the team that you lead.
Yeah, I'd love to. So I like to say we are a small but mighty team. And when I started this team about 3 years ago, it was just myself for the first almost 9 months, I believe. But now I'm so grateful. We've got a team up to 4. And the genesis of the creation of this team was truly because of the recognition that our consumers are changing, from the way they interact with media to how they purchase our products and how they want brands to connect with them. And so at the same time, the media landscape has transformed significantly, especially over these past few years through COVID. And there's now endless ways to consume content. New data-driven tech platforms arise daily and are continually evolving at this heightened pace. And this level of transformation really does require a dedicated digital marketing effort. And here at PepsiCo, we're so laser focused on ensuring that we're at the forefront of identifying what's new, what's next, and what will be the best way for us to connect with our consumers.
Yeah, I think it's a great strategy in terms of, you've got to be at the forefront. You have to fish where the fish are, and they constantly are moving to new platforms and new experiences, and then understanding how you're engaging with them across those new media landscape. So thinking about some of those challenges that you have in addressing innovation across media and with the startup community that you work with, can you talk a little bit about what are some of those areas of focus? What are the areas of challenge that you're trying to address with the startup community?
Yeah, I think each year, I think it changes slightly, but our goal is identifying any sort of new AI or ML or tech-driven solutions. And like I said, it's changed year over year. Our first year was really focused in the creative excellence space. So we had pilots running against creative development and creative intelligence. From then, the second year that we ran the program, we extended our efforts into areas of personalization at scale and gaming and sports marketing, with this continued emphasis of creative excellence, because we do know it's a massive priority across the organization. This past year, in the 2021 class of our program, our efforts were really focused on two areas, on competitive intelligence and then performance marketing. And so we found a few pilots that are still currently in progress right now that we're continuing to run against those efforts.
Yeah, that's great. I think having I'm sure there's no lack of use cases or new technology or capabilities that you're constantly scanning the market for. But I like the fact that you prioritize these and use those as areas of focus. Next, you've actually in the process of doing that, I know you evaluated over 600 startups as part of that process of vetting and finding solutions to address those challenges, like competitive intelligence or driving performance marketing, or the AI and ML use to better tag or target creative. Can you talk a little bit how you've been able to scale? Because you've obviously got a lot of startups that you're working with. You got to filter through those, execute some rapid pilots and even POCs. And obviously that takes a lot of prioritization so that you pick the right ones.
Yeah, so through the past 3 years, we've established a really systematic process, and that we've iterated against over the past few years as we've gone through it and really figured out what works well. And I feel like we're a super well-oiled machine at this point. And it all starts by identifying what the business challenge is that we're trying to address. From there, we establish a very clear brief that is shared with our VC network. And part of the beauty of our partnership with the labs team is that the labs team have a deep expertise in the tech venturing space and a really strong network of support for our efforts. And so, as you mentioned, we've evaluated over 600 startups and easily over 600 over the past 3 years. But what we do is we reduce that list down to a very small curated list that we bring in for an immersion or a pitch session. The past few years, it's covered a couple of days time where we bring in some of our key brand stakeholders or cross-functional stakeholders to listen to these pitch sessions. From there, as a collective, we determine, what are the few that we do think have a real strong opportunity to solve the problems we're working towards. And so we've prioritized this like fewer, bigger, better approach in how we're doing everything. So that we don't get over our skis and have too many issues to be able to actually execute and find those successes. So we run these then these rapid pilots or proof of concepts. Ideally, they're really short in nature so that we can get some quick results and really move, test and learn. If we're going to fail, we want to fail fast so that we can move on to the next issue. And so it's typically anywhere from like a 6 to 12 week pilot, but always long enough that we can get some level of a measurable results, because we're always really critical about ensuring we have core KPIs that we're addressing against. And from there, we have a very objective assessment process that puts a lot of rigor behind how we're now analyzing all of these programs, so that anybody that can see kind of our standardized assessment at the end can say, okay, this makes sense. We understand why we're choosing to go or no go on these partners. And then hopefully, if it's deemed successful, which hopefully it is, we then work across the organization to scale those winning solutions. And so my team alone has executed over 20 marketing pilots through the past 3 years. And we're also in the process of scaling 8 of those, which is a really, really fantastic feat. And I think it's a testament to the rigor that we put into the assessment process, that we find the right solutions to address our problems, and we help champion and mentor those internally. But when you think about the fact that the typical startup success rate is usually like 1 out of 10 makes it, the fact that we've got, we're hitting, well above 30%. I think, we're hitting well above the average, which is great, and super impressed with our results. And I think it's also become a testament to the recognition that we're getting internally of the go-to for those new solutions, which is very exciting and rewarding.
Yeah, I'd say like 8 out of 20. That's a huge hit rate. And also, I'm sure it stretches your team in terms of how do you support scaling 8 of those, at the same time, or in sequence. So you think about those focus areas of innovation when you prioritize those pilots. You think, what are some of the criteria that you use? Is it like, think big, start small? Is it, trying to criteria around the bottom line or ability to scale globally or within North America? Be curious about some of the criteria that you use to evaluate the pilots and the startups that you're selecting.
Yeah, that's a great question. And last year, we actually stood up a innovation council across the organization on a global scale. And what we found is that we really wanted to ensure that we were capturing all of the challenges and insights from the various constituents across the globe, and ensuring that we were finding these common challenges that we really could make sure we were choosing the few to really make the most value for the organization. And so we leverage this forum to get that alignment, help us prioritize really where to focus our efforts, and align, on what is the one that we want to put our bets against. I mentioned, over the past few years, we've looked at creative excellence, personalization at scale, gaming, sports marketing. Those were all areas that were identified and highlighted by our leaders across the organization that they needed some support, additional support in, and saw opportunity for in the future. And so, when we think about what we're looking at this year, we've actually pulled up our timeline, our typical timeline, because of the excitement and urgency around the issue that we're excited to kick off this year, which is all around the metaverse. And so we're really focused and leaning in now to just try and see how we can get some quick understanding of really what PepsiCo's approach is. But you mentioned earlier, that there's a lot that we're trying to scale, and it takes a lot of time to be able to develop those. And so we have made this conscious effort of fewer, bigger, better, to ensure that while we're scaling the pilots from the past couple of years until they're at a point where we can just hand off and say, no, these are embedded solutions into our teams. They still need a little bit of handholding and a little bit of support as they're trying to build up these new capabilities. And so we want to ensure that we're focused on that. We have the bandwidth to continue to run the pilots that are still in progress, but that we're also looking future forward to ensure that we're finding those new solutions for tomorrow. And so we've split our time pretty accordingly to ensure that, our remit is split against scaling, executing, but then also that future scouting. And so I think that's the way that we've set ourselves up to ensure that we have that continued success that we've so far been able to achieve.
Yeah, that's great. And I think, can you talk maybe just a bit about that council in terms of the representation? Is it like different geos, different brands, different marketing functions, IT? Is it kind of cross-functional? I'd be curious.
It is. It covers, we have all of so we refer to our different market regions as our sectors. And so we do have a key lead from each of those sectors. We have key brand, we have key cross-functional partners that include everybody from our shopper marketing teams to our IT teams. We have often we'll bring in some legal representation. The goal really here is to have a fully fledged out forum of people that can help ensure that we're taking everybody along in the process and getting the right questions, getting the right insights, and getting the right support as we do find these solutions that we want to scale, so that it's not new news, that it's a much easier transition point.
Sure. And when you're scaling, are you also bringing in other partners, like strategic partners or agency partners? Having spent time at the agency side, as you have, agencies are never at a loss for creative ideas and even technology ideas. So I was curious if they get involved, and if so, when during the process?
Yeah, actually, OMD is our agency of record for the majority of our global work, and they have been a phenomenal partner for us in building out this program for the digital marketing efforts. And so it's our PepsiCo Labs team, our media innovation and partnership development team, and then we've got a core group from our global OMD team who helps us bring these efforts, because there is also a lot of change management that's required on the agency side of things. And so we found that between the Innovation Council and then on the OMD side of things, having them involved and having them help champion these efforts is really critical to the future success.
Yeah, from my experience, I found that engaging the brands and their agencies early and often is a good recipe for success if you want them to adopt whatever innovation you're planning.
Definitely agree
experience. Yeah. We talked a little bit about how you're scaling and how you're prioritizing, and then I guess kind of overall, when you start making these kind of significant investments in time and human capital in this kind of program, you must have some KPIs in mind that you're using to kind of judge the overall success of the program. I mean, you have great success rate, you've got great participation internally, but kind of how does that manifest itself in maybe a KPI or a goal that's moving the needle for you?
Yeah, I would say ideally for any CPG, our ultimate goal is driving incremental sales and incremental positive ROI. But with some of these super nascent platforms that we're typically working with, often we can't get that level of granularity from a measurement perspective. So we do tend to have to find alternative measures, and they often will end up being more brand engagement related or health measures, things like that. But it also depends on what the terrain is that we're focused on. So,
Sure.
Something like the creative intelligence perspective, it's really focused for that. We were really looking for ways to provide more rapid assessments of our digital creative that was truly actionable and accurate. And so this leads to increased effectiveness scores across our entire global portfolio, and we're scaling those globally. So those are the types of measures that in the longer term do have direct correlation to ROI, but it was something different that we were measuring in that. And then, similarly for competitive intelligence, the programs that we're running right now, it really is fully focused on the accuracy of the data that we're seeing in comparison to what we know is out there. And because we know historically that's been challenged in some of the syndicated research. And so looking for new solutions that can help us there, but also be more accurate, but also more timely. And so, looking to reduce the lag in some of these reports. As we think about the metaverse space, it's a huge question that we're still trying to figure out. We don't know exactly what
does success look like? Yeah,
exactly. So I know we
just
have
testing and learning.
Just test and learn. I think it's really at this point, it's just get in there, start playing around, really start experimenting and seeing what can be done. And I think our KPIs will definitely evolve as the space evolves and as it becomes more established.
Yeah, it sounds like, obviously you have you have to be flexible in terms of the KPIs that matter, depending on the focus area that you're working in with that particular partner.
Yeah.
And what success looks like. Everything from brand love to, brand affinity to maybe some lower funnel KPIs that you use around competitive intelligence. Maybe it's price, maybe it's creative sentiment. So it sounds like you've got a fairly flexible framework.
Yes, we do. I think flexibility is always key in any sort of innovation play.
Yeah. I think that the looking forward, and we talked about some of the new areas of innovation that are on your radar. I saw something kind of interesting. We looked at the Super Bowl because I was out in LA for the Brand Innovator event there, talking to the CMO of the NFL, and I noticed that the streaming viewership is up doubled this year over last year for Super Bowl. So it's just like one example of the shift in to online.
Yeah.
So if you think about these areas of focus that might be on your radar and understanding where the Gen Z is headed, think about how do you think about those areas of media and innovation that you want to invest in, maybe 2 to 3 years out.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that, we are fully engulfed in our exploration of all things metaverse right now. I think that it's such an exciting and new space, and it's evolving daily, probably even more daily. I mean, every morning I wake up to a whole slew of new articles that I'm trying to inform myself on. And there's so many different opinions in this space too, which is really exciting. And we see the naysayers to it, that it's all hype and it's going to be a fad and it's going to blow up, to those that are so bullish and all in, and like, that
they drank the Kool-Aid.
They've drank the Kool-Aid, and they say it's the next $1 trillion space to be, so we've got to be there. And so that's really fascinating to explore and try and see that spectrum of everything. And it's so funny, simply just trying to get everybody to align on just a definition of what the metaverse is right now is also, it opens up debates that I've had, hour-long debates with several people often this week alone about trying to figure that out. But I love that PepsiCo sees that it's important for us to have a POV on this, and for us to understand like what our right to play is in this place, and how PepsiCo's brands can potentially come alive in the future. And so we already have a number of SLAM teams that we've established to help us work through these areas, everything from, the crypto and blockchain space to NFTs to experiences to what the future of work looks like in the metaverse from a metaverse perspective. And because there's so much buzz and interest in this space, we're looking to complete our initial immersion by the summer, which, we're hoping to kick off with the labs program again, our pilots probably earlier than we typically do. So typically we've been on a pretty consistent calendar basis where we start our immersion in the May-June timeframe, and then we start executing our pilots in Q4. We're now pulling that up because there's such an enormous amount of interest of us figuring this out sooner than later, and not being left behind.
I think the velocity of change. I mean, look at Nike just bought Artifact. The big brands are going to be in the space, and they certainly need partners to be there.
They certainly do.
So obviously that's a lot of space to cover. Metaverse is such a broad topic, and you've got many different stakeholders, and you got many different brands, but and how the brands want to play in that space. And are you thinking about like an overall kind of framework and where you want to maybe invest in some innovation versus trying to, every brand may innovate at their own pace, but I guess it's kind of like experimenting and then learning from that, and then taking those learnings and sharing it with the rest of your brands. Is that how you think about like the adoption curve for some of these new capabilities like the metaverse? Maybe you'll dabble in NFTs with one particular brand, or maybe live events in a metaverse with music, or live events like Super Bowl, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that is our goal, is to really help build the playbook that PepsiCo can use to make it a much more seamless, frictionless experience. We know that, we have started to dabble in this space across a number of our different brands. And I think our brands, when you look at what Pepsi is all about, what Mountain Dew is all about, what Cheetos or Doritos, we really sit at the center of pop culture. And you mentioned music and concerts and Super Bowl. I mean, there's so much opportunity for us as we think about how we can engage in the space. So I do think that we're trying to help as the lead in the media innovation space to help identify what those roadblocks or challenges could be over the next couple of years so that it does make it that frictionless, seamless process that we were just driving and setting up our brand teams for the most success in the future. Because we know there's a lot of challenges out there so far that we're still uncovering, and there will be more to uncover. And so, you know, our goal is just to really help and assist in that process.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, I think if you think about, you know, sports marketing, there's a whole kind of sports marketing function that's focused on Olympics and World Cup and, you know, Super Bowl and, you know, NASCAR, et cetera. And I imagine those are the activations you do. And then in the metaverse, there'll be activations that you'll do in the metaverse if that's where the consumers are. And it may be through music, it may be through sporting events, maybe through gaming. So it seems like it's a similar kind of channel of activation than you're already accustomed to. It's just a new technology. But things like AR and VR, would that also be in your kind of purview for the metaverse?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are exploring it all. I've got my Oculus right here that I've been trying to immerse myself in and play around in, because I do think, you know, the true metaverse will be those really deep, immersive experiences that, you know, take you away from the physical world into this real amazing digital experience that we haven't really been able to figure out yet. I don't know that we're going to get to that Ready Player One Oasis type of platform anytime in the near future, but I think it's so exciting to see what these new technologies across all of the extended reality type of hardware sets can bring.
Well, that's great. That's exciting. When we talked about those examples of some of the things that you scaled, maybe you could give an example of like a picture of success from an innovation project that you've executed that was a successful pilot and then you scaled, and maybe just a couple of examples.
Yeah, I'd love to. So I guess one that we've been scaling truly globally at this point is one of the creative insights platforms that we partnered with, and CreativeX is the name of the platform. They leverage AI smart tagging to predict the success of digital media assets in the media landscape or digital channels. And we are truly scaling this across every single brand and every single market across the organization. But because what was recognized is that while we have a ton of rigor that is put behind our TV testing and video asset testing, the same level of rigor wasn't always being executed against our digital assets, just from a timeliness perspective, or just it was deprioritized, or it was just a lift and shift of our TV executions. But we know that to ensure that you have the best asset to drive the greatest sales, you really do need to hit just those brilliant basics. And that was oftentimes being missed. And so this platform helps us in a real-time fashion audit all of our assets, identify where there's room for optimization, allows us to optimize them really quickly so that we can put it back through and not publish anything unless we do feel like it is 100% excellence, that there is no room for improvement against those brilliant basics, which in turn drives greater ROI, because we know that the higher the creative excellence score is, the higher our sales, our ROI output will be. And so it's been amazing to see the markets that we've been able to onboard so far and really lean in, the growth that we've seen in their excellency scores across the past year. So it's really phenomenal to see this technology be adopted and really make an impact on our business.
No, that's great. I think the amount of investment you do in the creative assets you generate on a annual basis across all your brands and across all your geos must be a huge digital asset management challenge, let alone understanding and predicting the success of using those production ready assets for your different marketing campaigns.
You are correct.
So that's a huge challenge, and I'm sure there's huge ROI in that.
Yes. Yeah, and
I guess it also could inform future creative, not just existing creative.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the step one is really just doing those basic audits of the brilliant basics. There's definitely additional use cases as we onboard more of our platforms. So we're really excited about that as well.
Well, that sounds like a great success, and looks like an area that a smaller startup could really help move the needle all around.
Yeah.
Great. So we talk about, you have to partner across lots of teams and stakeholders internally, especially when you're working globally. And then you even, you talked about the council, the Innovation Council, which is represents a lot of different stakeholders as well. Yeah. But I suspect that in order to be successful in terms of scaling, you've definitely got to have alignment with IT and the labs and the various agencies you work with, and even maybe strategic partners that might be important in order for you to scale these solutions. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how you're getting that alignment and how you're collaborating across the org to really be successful.
Yeah, so I mentioned the Innovation Council. I think they are really a core constituent in helping us scale across the organization. And they are comprised of across, a number of different disciplines, which helps us. And bringing them along in the process, I think it's a core tenet of doing things the PepsiCo way, but also really does help make things work. And so the ethos of this council is truly to champion and support the scaling of what we've deemed successful. And so when we find those new use cases, to scale them, we have our brands or markets run additional pilots. So, it's never just a one and done. Like, we want to keep testing and making sure that, we see the continued success. But when we see those continued successes, I think it's always so helpful to hear your colleagues share those similar results. And so we ask these teams to then provide everybody with a share out of what's worked and where the challenges might be. And so it truly helps understand the new capabilities, but also drive the awareness of those new capabilities. And so I think that's, a critical part. Another area where I do think is pretty critical is when you think about a top-down approach. So, we've realized how challenging through this process change management is. And especially when you're thinking about an organization as massive as PepsiCo, trying to drive change management across a global scale is a feat that I don't wish on many. But we're learning as we go. And I can definitely say that having our senior leadership, especially the C-suite support to help push down some of these initiatives from the top down, it makes a significant impact in driving adoption.
Yeah, I think anytime you have a global program and you try to get local market adoption, it can be a bit of a challenge, especially if they have their own funding, their own agencies, their own technology potentially. So governance and alignment becomes super important for any global program.
Yeah.
So it's great to be inclusive and just include them in the decision making, so they become part of the initiative rather than being dictated to.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the next question I had, was really around, obviously you're working with startups, you're investing time and human capital and the equity of PepsiCo with them to be successful. But how do you think about, like, maybe you should acquire a technology, or maybe you want to partner with a larger strategic partner, or maybe, like, let's just say, for example, Nike bought Artifact so that they could get into the NFT space and be able to manage that themselves as an internal capability. Maybe you buy an AI and ML company like MasterCard bought Dynamic Yield because they wanted to increase personalization at scale. So I was curious, like, if it's not your team, is that something that you have, like a venture capital investment fund where you might fund these kind of innovation and do acquisitions?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And our PepsiCo Labs team does serve as our tech venturing team. But I would say that our priority is typically more focused on the marketing aspect of things and the mentorship aspect of the partnership. But that being said, if we do determine that there's a strategic advantage for us investing in a startup, by getting in from an equity perspective, then that's definitely on the table. And we have gone down that road. There are a couple of partners that, not specifically in the marketing side, but we do run these programs on supply chain. We run it on our HR, we run it on sustainability sides as well. And we have invested in those companies, but we are always on the lookout of, does it make sense? Should we really invest in this? Is there a better advantage for us to have that? And so it's on the table, but I would say it's typically the exception versus the norm.
Yeah. And I imagine you can also include partnership options rather than, equity investments, where you're partnering and, in your case, mentoring and working with the startups, and eventually they grow up and they get bought.
Yes.
So I guess we're just about at time, but we got about 5 minutes. So I got a couple of more questions here. One was on the local market adoption. I think we touched on it a little bit earlier. But how do you think about that? I think that doing global solutions can be challenging sometimes. And sometimes the local markets have some great ideas, and maybe things come out of a local market that you might want to replicate elsewhere. And so how do you think about them participating in the success of a global program like yours?
We're always looking for good ideas or for good opportunities. And I think part of my team sitting at the center of the organization, it is about identifying what's working in other regions and bringing those and sharing those insights across the organization. So I think it's a huge benefit. I think we don't want to say that we're the only ones that can do innovation work. That shouldn't be the case. We do have a great process that we know has worked and that we can help streamline and that we can help get those scaled opportunities. But if we see that a market is doing something that really is fantastic that we think we could replicate or scale, that's definitely on the table. And it's part of the reason that we've built this Innovation Council from a global perspective, is so that we can get those insights, we can bring those people in, we can find those new solutions that we might not have been aware of.
That's awesome. Diversity and inclusion at its best. So you have key partners that you kind of work with. So I think about innovation. I also think about, I work for Amazon and AWS. I think we're a fairly innovative company, but I think there's plenty of others out there. So how do you think about, working across those strategic partners that you think are really critical to innovation? I know maybe go beyond your group into the labs group, but I'm curious about which of those partnerships are kind of on your radar. I'm assuming the usual suspects plus the emerging platforms.
Yeah, so I know we spent most of the time talking about my team's focus with the PepsiCo Labs program, but the other side of where my team's remit sits is leading the global digital JBPs across the organization. And so we are a big organization. We spend a lot of money with a lot of the bigger players that you're all aware of the Metas and the Googles and Snaps and TikToks and Twitters and Pinterest and Spotify and whatnot. And so my team helps lead those global partnerships to ensure that we're continuing to unlock value, that we're finding these new solutions, and bringing more out of the partnership than just the transactional relationship. And so we look to drive innovation in several ways, and with them as well. We have a really strategic learning agenda that we always set up to ensure that we're hitting against these markers. We ensure that we have a number of alphas and betas as a part of our programming throughout the year. But I think another beauty of the PepsiCo Labs program is that we're able to take these startups and the relationships that we're building, and if we see that there's opportunity to make 1 + 1 = 6 by partnering them with one of these more grown-up type of companies, we are always looking for those opportunities too, where it drives incremental value for us, it drives incremental value for the startup and for our partner, where we see these new solutions that they can help lift and really help amplify whatever efforts that we're doing. And so I think that's something that I love to see, a benefit that that isn't just about, buying equity into a startup, but it's really providing that thought leadership and that access and connections to these bigger relationships that I think PepsiCo is one of the few companies that can help really do at the volume that we can do.
Yeah, do that at scale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really encouraging. I think you're really doing some amazing work and trying to drive innovation across the globe, across such a large brand portfolio and group of stakeholders, and the success you've had with your pilots. Kudos to you and your team, and I very admire the work that you've done. And this, as things evolve in the metaverse, I want to touch back with you and maybe share some key learnings in a future brand innovation, maybe metaverse summit.
Love that.
So we got an idea for David and the Brand Innovators team. We got 2 people that'll sign up for that.
Exactly.
Well, great. I think we're just about time. I think we do have a few, maybe we have some questions in the chat. We might have time for a question here.
Yeah, I see a question about first party data. What I can say on, we are more than doubling down on our first party data acquisition as we move forward. We do recognize the challenges that we're going to face as an organization. And we've been on a journey of building out our own audience databases over the past few years that we refer to as our CDNA. It's our consumer DNA. And it's comprised of over 100 million US households. We're expanding this globally, and to ensure that we still have that robust data set and can grow with that, we're continuing to look to build those efforts as we progress. So it's definitely a massive priority of PepsiCo to continue to build up our own internal first party data sets.
I will just ditto that with all the CPGs we work with. First party data is a huge area of focus.
Yes, absolutely.
So thanks, Kate, so much. And I think since I'm the MC, I'm going to kind of transition over to our next panel, but thank you so much.
Thanks.
So, hey, we've got new panel here with Peter Berthold from North Face, who's the Chief Senior Manager for Digital Brand Marketing. A shout out to Peter. And we've got Doug Cajas, from the co-founder of RTL Ad Connect. So Doug, thanks so much for joining us today. Talk about the future of media. So obviously I'm very familiar with North Face. I just actually went skiing out in Vail or in Breckenridge a couple of weeks ago, and North Face was my go-to clothing. So shout out to you for that. But Doug, I'll hand it over to you and kind of take it away.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Paul. Peter, thank you. And thanks everyone for being here. And so we're here to talk about the future of media. Before we do that, I think most people in the audience are familiar with the North Face. You are an iconic brand, right? Some 64 years old, but I'd love to hear, from in your words, a little bit about what is your the purpose and mission before we start to talk about the future, because ultimately I know in our discussion how much obviously the past remains part of your present and will also remain part of your future. So if we can maybe start there.
Yeah, definitely. Great to be here, by the way, and good to see you, Douglas. The North Face, for us, getting people outside is almost our number one mission. Our tagline is never stop exploring, and we are an outdoor brand. I think heritage is super important to us, but also the mission of the North Face in that way of human exploration and getting people outside is really important to who we are and really important to, how we create our media and how we market ourselves.
Yeah. And, can you tell us a little bit about your audience? Because, it is, multi-generational, unlike, other brands that may have more focused audiences. you're looking to get as many folks out there. Can you tell us a little bit about how you view, your consumers?
Yeah, we definitely have, multiple consumers that we're communicating with. We at the heart of who we are, we have our major outdoor consumers. Those are the, top of mountain type of consumers. We also have just, anyone who wants to get outside, we are a huge fan of. And at the same time, we also have this, this city consumer. Our consumers are a 365 person. They aren't just the person who skis maybe on the weekend or the person who goes running when they can find the time. They do a lot of other activities in their lives. And, we like to, even our own athletes, we like to think of them as more than just an athlete, right? They're more than just their sport. And so we do have this, lifestyle side as well that we've, in the past few years, I would say more than before, have been looking at and figuring out the best way that we talk to them, but always, as we've discussed, with our heritage and, us as an outdoor brand in mind.
Excellent. I'm curious, maybe, we start out with something a little bit more, grounded, if you will. Given the different audiences that you have, can you tell us a little bit about, how is your media, the way that you communicate with all of these audiences changed in the recent past, and where do you see that going?
Yeah, I would say, we have a lot of conversations about what Never Stop Exploring means. And, I've been with the brand for about a decade at this point. And, our marketing used to be, we go on an expedition, the athletes go and do some incredible feat. We take some incredible photos and make some video content and do a TV commercial.
Yeah.
That has changed dramatically in the time that I've been here. There are multiple channels and facets that you can communicate to a consumer. And I think one of the things that we've thought a lot about is, how do we create a message that can resonate across all of, like, that any consumer can look at and connect with. And I think, as we were talking, one of the ones that you mentioned is the campaign that we recently did this fall. It's more than a jacket.
Yeah.
If you look back at the campaign, there were multiple jackets we highlighted with multiple different uses, whether that's in sport or more to our lifestyle side of the brand. But even one of our biggest lifestyle products, the Trans-Antarctica collection, is grounded in this amazing expedition that happened in Trans-Antarctica years ago. And I actually got to interview one of the people who was on the expedition and the origination of how this jacket was created, why it was created.
Yeah.
And so, it's always rooted in that, like, outdoor mindset. And because we have all this heritage, we have these stories that we can pull from the past and have these, like, new ways that we're bringing them to life that I think is really incredible for us.
One of the things that I admire about the North Face brand is that, and you bring this out, obviously, in that campaign, it comes out more than ever, which is, North Face really captures kind of, the human journey, if you will, right? I mean, we talk about celebration, we talk about challenges, we talk about passion, we talk about wanting to, exceed our own limits. And it's this sort of the greater, it captures so much of what our journey here, like on Earth, is itself. So it's remarkable, and it does it in a way that is, like you said, captures not only, you don't necessarily need to go to Antarctica. I mean, these are remarkable feats. Of course, there are, but by the same token, it can be people also just doing runs, or just people getting outdoors and on hikes. And I know that, for example, your other campaign also did that quite well. It was Have You Ever, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we talk about a lot is, pushing your limits, and that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So pushing your limits as an athlete who, skis as their career, I push my limits skiing, but I'm definitely not skiing at the level that an athlete's pushing their limits at. But like, I still get that same feeling that an athlete can get. And so we talk a lot about how can we bring that out? And Have You Ever is a great example of that, because, anyone can kind of connect with a message like, have you ever gotten up early to see the sunrise? Have you ever, done something that is like bigger for you? And it doesn't necessarily have to be the greatest feat in the world that's ever happened, but it was something to you that was like above and beyond what you feel like you may have been capable of doing. And what we find with More Than a Jacket and also Have You Ever is the consumer connects with it, and then they end up talking about it. And, one of the things that we were discussing, before that I think is super interesting as it relates to the future of media, all these new opportunities, all these new channels, all these new ways to talk to a consumer keep coming up. But for us, it's more about who we are as a brand, how we're speaking out. And then these are all just, places that message can come to life, and the message can be adjusted. But overall, we want our consumer to feel a connection and to feel inspired, right? And inspiration is really big. And eventually be like, yeah, I do remember that time I went on that early hike and that was super great. I should do that again.
Yeah.
And like, to us, that's like the ultimate is inspiring someone to get outside where maybe they hadn't been, or getting outside more than they had been. Because we, I and a lot of people that work for the brand, we feel really strongly that, the more time you can spend outside, the happier you're going to be as a person.
Yeah, I agree. And, to drill that into that a little bit, obviously, it doesn't matter the platform, the message is ultimately the same. But I'm curious, do you look at, different, how do you approach different social platforms, right? Because just as, the audience gathers there for different reasons, right? The reason that you go on Instagram is different than why you might go on Snap versus, let's say, TikTok. How do you approach that? How do you, how do you create a cohesive message, one across, all of these channels that are, and particularly now, let's say one like TikTok, that's becoming increasingly, important. And how do you show up there? The identity, the soul of the brand is still the same, but what do you highlight in different channels?
I think you'll find there's ways to bring stories like a Have You Ever to life in a lot of different ways. That message is broad enough that you can create lots of different video content. It can be still content. It can be content related to product, depending on what level of the funnel you're talking to, but also what channel, right? So,
yeah,
like a TikTok can be a quick video, right? And it could still have that Have You Ever message. And on an Instagram story, you can have kind of the same thing. And you can adjust it based on the audience that you think is there and the audience you want to connect with in those different channels. It's just a matter of testing and learning as well. Like just like any other brand, we have different ways that we bring content to life, and some works better than others. And you start to learn what works for your brand in the different channels. And that I think is super important. I think not being afraid to fail and not being afraid to try. Sometimes you can spend more time talking about whether or not you should be doing something than just going out and doing it and seeing how it goes. I think that's super important.
What are some of the learnings that you've had? I mean, as you tested and learned. I mean, you've had tremendous success, but I'm sure that in this journey to really understand how you come to life in each of these platforms. You probably had some learnings along the way, I imagine.
Yeah, I can give you a really great example. So TikTok's a great example. We are newer to TikTok. We launched, I believe, about a year and a half ago. And one of the things we learned is like, sometimes it takes a minute for people to just start to discover your TikTok content. And you can go from like very low engagement to an insane amount of engagement in a really fast period of time. But we also found, people on TikTok really enjoy our snow content. You have an athlete do like a backflip, that just skyrockets in engagement. But it's like these quick moments, right? Like, and so, we think about that when we're creating our content. So it's, not just about, a big anthem, but it's also about, okay, here's our big anthem, but how does that come to life also in a very short form video that is compelling and interesting enough for someone on TikTok to be like, oh, that's super cool. I'm going to share it with some of my friends. And then those people share it and like it just skyrockets. And I think the power of that platform is just figuring out where you as a brand can resonate with the consumers you want to resonate with. And once you kind of figure that out and get that audience, it really, it skyrockets, which is pretty amazing to watch. And a lot of that is organic, which is also super amazing.
Tell me, how much work do you do, since we're talking, about social with, content creators, and do you think that, the relationship with content creators and influencers and, super fans, will change actually? Is this something that is going to be shifting as we move forward?
I think content creators is a different moniker that I would use than influencers. I think there's like a lot of power behind content creators. There's a lot of power about letting someone, especially for a brand like ours that can be as broad as we can be, to give them the creativity to do something interesting for us. And we have seen some success with content creators. We continue to explore the space. And I think it's an important part of a social strategy to see success. But I also think, especially for a brand like ourselves, we do have to be very careful on who those content creators are and making sure that they align with who we are as a brand. And so we do spend a lot of time with that, and a lot of time making sure we're giving the right parameters to someone to give us, what we feel like is authentic content. Because authenticity is a huge part of who we are. And it's something that we like to continue to uphold as such an iconic brand. And that's something, it's a careful line that you have to play, because you also want them to be super creative. And so, finding that right balance can take time. And again, there is that level of testing and learning as well. Not everyone's an immediate hit.
Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, what about social commerce, right? This is something that has been really exploding, I would say, in the last year and a half. And now on platforms like Instagram, but also now with TikTok implementing it. How important do you think that is actually, toward the way that you go from brand to, to driving the purchase? How important is that, do you think?
I think from my own personal opinion, I think for a larger brand in our space, and I think also the consumer, they do purchase through the social cart. I've seen it, but I don't think the scale is quite there yet. And I do think that a consumer is not necessarily upset to go from seeing a product in an Instagram ad and then clicking through to a product page. I still think that the behavior is still perfectly acceptable. And I think that down the road, it may change, but as of now, I don't feel like the scale is there yet, that people are as comfortable to just buy straight from an Instagram checkout on a regular basis at the scale that, the North Face would feel provides a ton of value. I do think it's an interesting space and it's definitely worth exploring. But I also have seen social channels come and go. And I think being understandable of like taking advantage of these opportunities, but I also look at, is it worth devoting the resources to, or would the resources be better spent in improving what our mobile experience looks like when someone does click through to our site? I do think it's nice to drive someone to your own property and, allow them not only to see that space, the consumer behavior is definitely going more towards like, even going onto our website, going straight to product pages or straight to product listing pages rather than, the homepage of a brand. And so I do think it's more and more important to think about the journey that a consumer is taking and how they're thinking about, what are other ways that you can help them to discover more about your brand when they land on a product page. And that I think is a super interesting space to explore. And we talk a lot about, how we can do that, especially around our bigger marketing campaigns.
Yeah, I wonder, along this, this journey, we talked about the ever-growing challenge of attention, right? The fact is that consumer attention, particularly as they interact with media, becomes, smaller and smaller, across audiences. So, tell me, how are you addressing this challenge? We had talked about how do you capture for both storytelling as well as driving to purchase. How do you capture the attention in a meaningful and engaging way?
I think powerful content is a huge part of that, and I think making sure that your message is connecting on an emotional level is a huge part of that. But the second piece of that is really thinking hard about that consumer journey. If they're, where is a consumer flowing through your website? Where is a consumer flowing through your different marketing channels? And how are they seeing your marketing along the way? And I think it's more and more of these like snackable bites that line up to a larger message. And having those moments and finding ways and more finding ways to get a consumer to connect to your brand in a shorter message. And it's a huge challenge. But I do think it's super important. The consumer can drop so quickly and move on. If there's a small barrier, they're going somewhere else because someone else is going to do it faster. And so it is something we think a lot about. It's something that, when we are creating our thoughts around who we are as a brand, how we're evolving and how we're speaking to our consumer, we put a lot of rigor on ourselves to think about how can we do this in a way that they'll connect quickly and understand quickly, because you can lose them so fast. And we do a lot of learnings from that and a lot of testing with that to help understand that.
It's interesting, right? Because, it's becoming ever more challenging to have, a one-on-one or tailored conversations, if you will, with consumers now with, the advent of privacy in the way that we haven't seen it really in quite some time. And along with that, of course, the disappearance of the cookie. I would love to, hear your thoughts, as we are entering this era, how are you addressing, this challenge? I would love to hear about, obviously, how are you collecting, first party data? I know you guys have a really amazing loyalty program, so the Explorer Pass. So I'd love to hear, how do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. Like everyone who is in marketing, we've been thinking about this a lot, as I think everyone knew it was coming. You'll notice we did actually relaunch our loyalty program. It was called VIP. We renamed it to the Explorer Pass and relaunched it. I would say we took a lot of learnings from VIP and did a lot of work to create more of that one-on-one conversation with our loyalty consumers, and a lot of ways to create really cool, interesting, surprise and delight rewards, and a really good, strong reason to be a part of our loyalty program if you were wanted to be part of an iconic brand like the North Face. And it's paid off. I think recently we won an award from Newsweek as one of like the best loyalty programs, which is amazing. And nice. I would give a tip of my hat to the whole team that works super hard on our loyalty program. And I think it's super important to have that. At the same time, I think as a brand like ourselves, we do have such a broad consumer. It's also important to create marketing that that can resonate with multiple audiences at the same time. So you don't have to always be super worried about that first party data. But at the same time, you can't ignore it. And I think our loyalty program is a huge part of that. And we're really happy with how it's been running, and excited to see it grow and excited to see where it heads. And I think at the same time, I feel for a lot of newer brands because it is going to be harder to kind of jumpstart your brand. Like a lot of brands jumpstarted through a Facebook of the world, and now it's going to be more difficult to do that. And so I think more than ever, you're going to see more companies trying to do something similar to us, and finding ways to connect with their consumer through, whatever that is, whatever type of loyalty or sign up program, which also means at the same time, like as a brand, you need to create a strong reason for someone to love you enough or to take the time and effort to be like, I want to hear from this brand on a regular basis. Like that's a pretty good barrier to entry that a newer brand, I think it's going to be more difficult.
Walk us through how do you actually, convince, I don't know how many, subscribers, or I should say members or holders you have, but how do you manage to do that in terms of, content, beyond just the reward, points? How do you do that?
I mean, there's a lot of different ways that they've been looking at it. There's definitely a lot of like early product looks that our Explorer Pass members get, whether it's through one of our collabs or one of our iconic product drops that we have. They usually get kind of early access. There's also a lot of events that we used to do and are going to start doing again now that COVID, is moving in a positive direction. But that's also a huge part of who we are. That's been difficult, right? Is, we love to connect with our consumer through events. It's outdoors. It's who we are. It's in our heritage, in our DNA. And I think you're going to see more of that. And a lot more just ways that you get kind of peeks into who we are as a brand that no one else will. So it's exclusivity is a big part of it. And I think there's enough people who like that message resonates with them for sure.
I'm curious, during these talks, we have heard a lot about, the new frontier, right? So, here, I referred to, of course, the topic of, NFTs and also having building communities, within the metaverses, I should say, within virtual worlds. I'd love to hear, how you think about that, given that, your mission is to get folks outside, and this is, well, precisely, it seems at odds, of course, spending, time in a virtual world, but perhaps it's also the perfect place, right? To be, because that's where you're most needed. And this is where the reminder to people about getting out and, living in the real world. Here, I think you had this Unplug campaign a number of years ago, I think 3 years ago, if memory serves me right. And it was all about, get out in front of the, leave the screen, go out. So how do you think about NFTs? How do you think about the metaverses? How do you, and potentially showing up there?
So I can start with NFTs. I think I have 12 extra wrinkles from the last 2 months in thinking and discussing this. But with NFTs, I think there's actually a lot of interesting ways that they can be utilized outside of what I would say most people are seeing and hearing about NFTs. So there's this like artist collectibles NFTs, which has been the really popular way to utilize it. But some of the ways that we've been discussing it is, you could utilize it as a authenticator token that could get you into an event. It can give you access to a collab at one of our stores. It can be utilized in ways that could actually drive someone outside. You could almost say like, show up to X place and we have tokens placed in these different spots. And if you collect the tokens, you can get, a price. There's different ways that I think,
like Pokemon a little bit, right?
Yeah, like Pokemon a little bit. Yeah, and I think there's ways to utilize them to align with our mission. And that is the thing that we spend a lot of time thinking about, even with the metaverse. Some of the things that you can do in the metaverse, you can't do in real life. You could, and so we're starting to explore what that can look like. And it is one of those things where we want to make sure we're doing it for a reason that aligns with our brand and who we are. And so it does probably take us a little more time to think through that and figure out the best way for us to take advantage of it or not take advantage of it. And I do think as a brand that has the heritage that we do and has, the years behind it that we do, we do have the luxury to be like, does this make sense or does this not make sense? And if it does, great. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. And so that's something that we're definitely spending a ton of time thinking about. I also, just on a personal note, I think the metaverse is kind of an interesting thing that has just exploded since Meta came out. But as you and I were discussing, I feel like the metaverse has been around for over a decade longer, but just in different forms. And a lot of people will say, something like a Second Life just came too early, was before its time. But everything about Second Life aligns with everything that I'm hearing about what the current metaverse is. There's a lot of conversation about what the metaverse will be in the next 3 to 5 years. And so it is something where I think every brand is trying to think about what is like the metaverse mean for us. And for us, it's like doing it in an authentic way that aligns with who we are and introduce it. If we could use it as a way to introduce people to the outdoors and, give how-to videos or give ways for people to then close their computer and go to the outdoors and inspire people, that could be really powerful because people are there. And I think as long as a consumer is spending time there, we want to try to find the best way for us to explore being there and what that can look like.
Yeah, I can imagine, for example, making, some of the more let's say like inaccessible experiences or places to, most people, accessible. Here I think of, let's say, whether that's climbing, Mount Everest, or a journey to Antarctica, right? In a very immersive way, right? I mean, those are things that are just incredible. And the fact is that the majority of people, won't have that opportunity to do something. So it seems like it could be, it could be an interesting opportunity for you guys.
Yeah, and I mean, when you get into like 3D technology and AR technology, there's a lot that can happen there. A number of years ago, we actually did create 3D videos of some of our athletes doing mountaineering, on expedition mountaineering, and you could put on the Oculus, and you'd be in the boots of someone at the top of a peak, climbing and looking around. It was an amazing experience. I think the hard part is the scale just isn't there yet. And again, we were maybe a little ahead of our time. And it was like, you had these Oculuses sitting in stores, and it was intimidating. And I don't think people really experience it at the scale for it to catch on. But I do think as it becomes more adopted, I think there's a lot of opportunity there to bring the outdoors in, but also to inspire people to go outside.
How far do you think we are away from that tipping point?
I mean, if I knew that, I think it's a crystal ball. I still am not convinced either way. I think I'm still on the fence of, are consumers really, one, is the technology going to get cheap enough that enough consumers will purchase it? I still think more people are buying a Nintendo Switch than an Oculus. So I don't think we're quite there yet. Will we get there at some point? I'm still on the fence. Because it is getting cheaper, but I'm not seeing like an enormous adoption rate. And so I on a personal basis, I'm very curious. I think it could go either way right now.
Interesting. Tell me, what else, do you think about, in the future, in terms of media? What are some of the other innovations that you're considering, beyond this, or, how, you need to think about in order to, continue to thrive in the next few years?
So I can tell you one of the things that we recently worked on that was kind of interesting is we partnered with our sister brand Vans, and actually created a pop-up shop in Vans World in Roblox. And they winterized Vans World. And then we have an actual shop where we're selling some North Face Roblox product. And then we also have some Vans North Face limited edition product that we're just selling during these certain windows. And there's a snowboard, there's a helmet, there's some goggles. And it's one of those, it made sense. And it was a really cool, interesting way for us to explore what we could be doing in the metaverse. And, I think we're always kind of looking further out as well, but right now it seems like everything is moving so quickly. I think even on the last panel, it was like the metaverse changes faster than daily at this point. So I think we're all kind of waiting to see where it starts to settle. I think there's a lot of, first, like, excitement to be the first to something. But I think we're all like, is NFTs here to stay? Is the metaverse here to stay? Like, are enough people going to start going into Decentraland? And, is it going to have this audience size that has the scale that we would want to see?
Gotcha. Fantastic. As we're drawing to a close, I wanted to read, a couple of the questions that the audience has for you. So this comes from Anonymous. Peter, would love to know, have you ever considered the sound of your brand? You have excellent visual brand recognition, but thoughts on creating the sound of your brand?
So we did actually I believe it was 2 falls ago, we created a sound for TikTok. So at North Face, around our reset campaign. And we have thought about it. We do have Spotify playlists that we update on a semi-regular basis. And it is something that I think is another one we continue to explore. And honestly, it's part of our heritage. The Grateful Dead actually opened at the original store opening of the North Face. Like, music is a part of who we are in some ways. But it's something that I think is a continual exploration. I think it's super interesting and something we do think about.
Excellent. Another question comes from Robert Wells. And Robert asks, have you considered mobile gaming as a channel to reach consumers?
I would say mobile gaming is such an interesting one. We definitely think about gaming, and when it aligns with our brand, is it something that we want to be involved in? There's a lot of action sports games out there. I believe in the past we did partner with, there was a video game called Steep that came out, and we did have some North Face product in that game. And I think, when it comes to mobile gaming itself, and, I'm not quite sure the direction they're asking, whether it's advertising in mobile gaming, which we definitely do mobile advertising, but creating our own mobile game, that's a whole other bag of beans that we have not quite delved into. But also I think it's one of those, like, do we want someone playing a game on their phone, or do we want someone going outside? That's like always the vision that we have to put towards it of, does it make sense for our brand?
Yeah, fantastic. And we have Paul, which it tells me we're about up with our time.
No, hey, Peter, great insights. I'm curious, have you considered dropping the North Face clothing line in the metaverse, so you can pimp out your avatar with the latest North Face clothing?
100%. I think there's definitely conversations in that direction of what that could look like. And yeah, I mean, just
that's
like
great. Congrats on your loyalty program. Way to knock it out of the park there.
Thank you.
And, are you looking at utility NFTs as part of your loyalty program, and then have the NFT associated with maybe some of your collectible clothing lines?
I mean, it's a super good question, and it's something that for sure we're exploring. And I would say every apparel brand is exploring the same thing. And but like, the space is so new. And
I think Adidas and Nike, they dropped some collectible NFTs that have skyrocketed. I think the utility value of NFTs is people are trying to understand what that might look like. And then also, how do you use them in connection with the real-time apparel and the offline version of that?
Yeah, and I think the other thing to think about is it's 3D product in a virtual world. You could even explore, like, what would the future of outdoor, like, outerwear product look like? You could create in a virtual world product that you're like, hey, this is something we're thinking about 10 years from now. I think it could be really fascinating to start to look at, what you can do in this space when you don't have margins or supply chain issues or inventory issues, color issues. Like, there's a lot you can do with it. And
we'll have to save that for another
summit. I could talk for hours.
We could go deep on that. That'd be awesome. So thanks so much. Thanks,
Definitely.
Doug. Thanks, Peter.
All right, take care.
Too. So hey, we've got a great group from including one of the leaders over at Johnson & Johnson Skincare. So the director of digital experience, Matt Fantasier, as well as his moderator, Ed Ziskind, who's the regional sales director at Premium. So they're going to talk about the future of media as it relates to Johnson & Johnson skincare.
Right. Thank you, Paul. Matt, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. I had my virtual background loaded and it disappeared. So, oh, there it is. It moved on me. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're legit.
There you go. Well, we get a glimpse into the Matt man cave there for a moment, for a hot minute.
It's a cave. Yep.
Maybe we'll talk about your baseball paraphernalia.
Sure.
If we have extra time at the end. But let's talk about J&J. So you are a marketer for one of the world's largest and most iconic companies, iconic brand. You personally have had a number of roles at Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
Can you share with the viewers today a little bit about your career path, specifically how you made a very interesting pivot from finance into digital marketing?
Yeah, sure. So I've been at J&J for over 15 years, which is getting weirder and weirder to say out loud as the years go by. But I started in finance, as you mentioned. I spent my first 6.5 years or so in finance, went to grad school while I was in finance. So as I realized I wanted to be more on the commercial side of things. But the big jump for me into marketing was really when I realized the advice I give everyone, and I'll give anyone who's considering a career change or doing something different, is not apologizing for your background. When I really realized I could bring together marketing and finance, it was really the unlock for me. And what I do now, and I've been in our marketing organization for about 10 years now, it's really bringing together math and magic. I like to think of it, especially in the digital age, the ability to use data and measure and optimize is really that analytical side that I've been able to still tap into. But it's really an and today in the marketplace. You have to still break through creatively, connect with consumers, have insights. So that's really been my path here. And I've had 10 different jobs in 15 years, and we'll see what I do next here, but it's been definitely a wild ride.
Yeah, you have an extensive list of roles on your LinkedIn page, and it's it's interesting to see the trend, how you move from one step to the other. And as somebody who essentially grew up as an applied math and statistics person, I can definitely relate to the mixture of math and magic. So I can relate. Talk about some of the brands in your portfolio at J&J.
Yeah, so some of the brands in our skin health business, we have a really robust and diverse set of brands. So we have Neutrogena is our biggest brand out on the West Coast, along with Clean and Clear and Rogaine. And then on our East Coast business, I support our baby franchise, which is brands like Johnson's, Aveeno Baby, Desitin, and then Aveeno and Lubriderm as well in our business. So huge range, a lot of different consumers we serve, a lot of different need states. It's a really interesting space we have, and a lot of products.
So obviously very different from the segment that preceded us with the folks from the North Face. Or with Peter from the North Face. But so in your business, in the skin health business, what are some of the trends impacting your category?
Yeah, I think some of the trends happening in our category, you see in other categories, but a big one, especially in skincare, is the democratization of expertise. So we see a lot of, what consumers are looking for from brands. They're not necessarily looking to brands, but they're looking to different voices. So that's led us to thinking differently about who's delivering messages on our behalf, where are they looking for that information, and depending on where they are on their journey as a consumer, are they looking for reviews from other consumers? Did this work for them? Are they looking for a dermatologist to give them a recommendation if it's a little bit more of a clinical sort of question they have? And then moms for baby is obviously, other moms is a huge segment for us. And then publishers, traditional. People are still looking to different publishers for information and content. So that's a huge trend for us. And I think, coupled with that is just on-demand expectations. consumers, and this is across the entire marketplace, but consumers have been trained to be able to get what they want when they want it. And then on top of that, a personalized experience. So I think, that's acutely true in the beauty space where, everyone's different, everyone has different needs, and they're really looking for solutions for them. And that's something we have to relate to. We can't just put out one 30-second TV ad a year and call it a day, but we have to think about the unique needs of our different consumer segments.
So do you, as a digital marketer, do you want to be there in that space when a consumer is reaching out and looking for information, looking for expertise? I would imagine that you would like to be sort of a consultative force to provide that information for them. Then they're more inclined to connect with your brands.
100%. I mean, more than ever, if you can't deliver value, I mean, that's the thing is I think consumers are looking for that response. It's not a one-way conversation anymore. They have the ability to reach out. They're expecting if they were to, see an ad or click on an ad, maybe they land on a website or a certain experience, that they're getting something back in return of value. And, there's so many choices today that's what differentiates brands. I mean, it's the ability to really meet that need. So yeah, if somebody is reaching out and looking to engage, that's a huge opportunity for a brand. And, given the volume of messaging that people are bombarded with, to actually have that opportunity, if you don't deliver on that, that's just not only, it's a missed opportunity, it's a bad experience, frankly.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what do you think about your audiences? And, I think you've touched upon it already. So It's the, natural segue from what we were talking about to how do you think about your audiences? And as a result, what media channels are you focused on?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be, starting with the consumer, like, where are they? Like, where is the attention? And, who can I connect with in different environments? And I think what's really interesting now is how the data environment's changing now, with partnerships becoming a really big trend that we're seeing in the marketplace where, retailers are partnering with, media networks. You see, Kroger and Roku, and, as one example, I think that came out last year, and, different publishers partnering up and finding ways to create different value propositions for advertisers. That we're going to see a lot more of that, I suspect, but that's a challenge and an opportunity at the same time for us to tackle. I think what's really a challenge in all of that is you don't get too, over your skis on this and don't get uncoordinated. You have to make sure that all this is working together, and with a lot of audiences in the marketplace, different media channels, it can be really easy to start, duplicating your reach or bidding against yourself if you're not careful. So, really having a keen eye towards the audience management discipline of all this has just gotten more and more important as our, the data we're using is becoming more and more sophisticated, frankly.
When you talk about data and you talk about partnerships, does that tie a little bit back to, like, when you think about Roku and Kroger, right? Like something that two organizations that you wouldn't naturally think would come together. Does that fall for you into your category of, don't be afraid to test something out? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this stuff changes literally every day. And I think it moves so fast that everything's not going to work. You have to realize that really quick when you get into this, but the learning, the figuring out what's working, what's not working, understanding the value, that is a constant, like, hygiene sort of process that organizations need to engage in on some level. You don't want to test with 100% of your budget, of course. You don't want to, that's risky. You got to keep the lights on, but finding an appropriate sort of amount to consistently be pushing the envelope in different directions. Yeah, that's something we talk a lot about. We strive to do and really, standardize how we approach that, especially in a big organization like J&J. It wouldn't be great if we were testing something on Neutrogena and then we weren't telling our friends that work on the Tylenol business how it went for us. So that's something we're also really mindful of how we're approaching.
Makes sense. Big changes are underway with consumer privacy and targeted advertising, especially, or obviously, I suppose, with cookies going away. Mm-hmm. Being a digital marketer, how are you approaching this change?
Yeah, this is huge. This one also seems like it changes a lot and continues to. So part of that is testing and figuring out the solutions that are coming out. So like first, just a bridge from your last question, having, testing all the different solutions that are coming our way between flocks. Now those are going away. So they're topics with Google. Okay, we have to see how that works. That's a big part of it. But I think if you go beyond just, first party data and that change, I think it's, how do we get consumers to actually engage with us and create a reason for them to volunteer their data for us? How do they, come into our environment and us provide a personalized solution to them? That's the bigger objective, I would say, here as data privacy changes really take hold. It's coming, it's moving, but it's a when, not an if at this point. How do we create an experience where they want to come and, find out something or find the right product for them, make it consultative, really create value exchange. We do this on Neutrogena with our Skin 360 technology. Consumers are able to go to a website through an app, through their phone, through a website, scan their face and get recommendations on what the best products for them are. That's a great experience. And that's a way that we're solving a consumer problem. We know that it's a confusing category and people are looking for, the right solution for them. Everyone's a little bit different. So if we can create those types of experiences, it bridges some of that data and privacy gap, because the problem with, privacy, and if you were to violate that, is it's not welcome. But if you come to a consumer with a solution, who's not looking for that? If you can create something that's truly valuable and benefiting them in their moment of need, it really elevates the relationship from transactional to, something better than that.
Yeah, we spoke last week a little bit about that too, about the, a breach in privacy is not welcome. We also talked a little bit about the irony of cookies going away at a time where I think the pendulum is shifting towards consumers being comfortable sharing more data about themselves so that they can have a more personalized experience. And that connects to what you're talking about.
I mean, I think they just want to know why, right? It's like, if I'm telling you, tell me this, I'll make a product recommendation for you, or, or whatever, give you a recipe or whatever business you're in, tell me some information and I'll tell you something back that you care about. I think that's it's simple as that. We make it a lot more complicated than maybe it needs to be, but just being overt about why I'm asking for this information. I think there's some really good examples with apparel. When you see, you go to a website and tell me your size, and then I'm going to filter out the products we don't have in stock for you, or here's some combinations that you may be interested in. That's a good experience. It can be as simple as that. It doesn't always have to be like a facial scan technology or anything like that.
Right. Sometimes I was just going to say, sometimes it's just as simple as that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about industry trends. Industry trends, and notably media industry trends, certainly accelerated during the pandemic. Have you been reallocating spend to other channels, and is it safe to assume that streaming TV is part of that mix?
Yeah, I mean, we do what the consumer tells us to do at the end of the day. If they're moving their behavior, we're moving our spend. Simple as that. And it's all about attention. So as we've seen attention shift away from traditional channels, linear television, into things like streaming, other social platforms, TikTok's obviously grown, other platforms have grown. We've absolutely looked at that, and it's really about balancing with what makes sense and based upon our objectives. But streaming's definitely played a role. I think there's a lot of really interesting capabilities there, given our ability to better target media, create different personalized experiences. Again, it's definitely a little bit more of an advanced environment versus traditional linear. But again, it's people still watch a lot of TV, so it's not all or nothing. But I think it's finding that right balance for the brand and our objectives.
So in terms of finding balances and objectives for the brand, what are the key priorities for you and your team in 2022?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, at a macro level, I think everyone's thinking about how do we accelerate e-commerce, and that's a huge one for us. we've seen a lot of growth. I think everyone's seen a lot of growth over the last 2 years. But the question now is, how do we do more than just ride that wave? How do we really step change and outpace our competition in the digital space, the e-commerce space? The volume of sales moving online, more influence happening on digital channels. We have to think through that lens first in a lot of cases. So how are we starting from an e-commerce first place? And it's cutting across more than just media. It's how we're thinking about our assortment, our innovation, our digital shelf, really everything within our mix. And what's enabling this too is what we're also looking to build is more of a performance culture. As we have more data at our disposals, we get more feedback from the marketplace. How are we creating the capabilities to and really building those marketing muscles to optimize our creative? So traditional media construct has been launching campaigns, hoping people buy it, lighting prayer candles, checking back in a couple months and seeing how it does. Now we're looking to be more of an always on sort of optimization engine. Tough to do in a big CPG, but that's really what we're charged with doing on my team and across our org. So I think that at a macro level is really something we're looking to achieve. And, while it's challenging, it's absolutely something we're committed to.
You can see why somebody like you is sitting in the seat that you're sitting on, because you're speaking a language that I would imagine is refreshing and important for a company that's been around for 130 years. And so just the longevity of the organization and the ability to pivot into the world that we're living in, and your leadership for your category is absolutely key to the ongoing success at J&J. That wasn't a question, by the way.
I hope so. Yeah. Yes.
An easy question, a layup.
Yeah.
Let's pivot to your newsletter. For those of you that who are viewing today who have not signed up for Matt's Hot Take, I highly recommend it. I was exposed to it the last couple of weeks when I found out I'd have a chance to speak with you. But I mentioned refreshing. I mean, you have a balance of curating relevant content with a very personalized perspective on media trends, which resonated, for me personally, refreshing, engaging. So you've written about a lot of trends, from what I can tell in the variety of newsletters that you have archived. But which ones that you've written about are you watching most closely?
Yeah, there's a couple, and we've touched a little bit on this, but I think the biggest one that I'm watching this year is really just retail media becoming media and us looking at this holistically for a number of reasons. Data privacy is a big one. They hold an enormous amount of data at the retailer level. E-commerce is growing, and just the performance capabilities. I sit at a large CPG. We don't have a lot of DTC capabilities, but we can see performance data with a lot of our retail partners. So that's incredibly powerful from a insights perspective, as well as obviously driving sales. These channels are maturing and scaling, and I think we're going to see them start competing more with the Facebooks and Googles of the world for brand dollars. We've seen this in Amazon. They're over 10% of the media environment now, and we're gonna see more of this grow with Target, Walmart, and others really maturing as media networks. I think Walmart just reported literally minutes ago like $2 billion in advertising sales last year. So it's big. A couple other ones I think are really interesting to watch. Creators get talked a lot about. I think the thing to watch there is if they start taking agency dollars. As brands need more content across digital channels, there's some incredibly talented people doing amazing things out there, and it's a different way of working for sure. But I see more brands doing this. You see it in the marketplace more. It makes a lot of sense from a P&L perspective. It's a different way to invest dollars and usually more efficient. So I see that happening. Omni-channel is a big one. As we think about e-commerce, some of the stats that really stick out to me are there are 9 touch points on a consumer's journey now, and 60% of digital sales are influenced by visits to physical stores. So really it goes both ways. People are checking their phones, they're showrooming, but they're also, buying in store as well. They're doing a lot. It's going in both directions. So as digital customer acquisition costs have increased dramatically over the last couple of years, and there's a ton of options for consumers, brands and retailers just need to show up kind of everywhere with excellence, and that's a big challenge. But that's what's going to win the day, I think, for a lot of brands and retailers, is kind of making that online and physical presence really worth it and intentional. Those are a couple of the big ones. We can talk about live streaming, and people like to talk about that, but quick take on that: it either lives or dies this year. Too much investment, not enough scale yet, but I think I've been wrong on this. I thought it was going to scale last year. It didn't. So to hold myself accountable, got it wrong, but I'm giving it one more year before I give up on it.
Well, like, one of the things that leads to great success is not being afraid to get one or two things, be off on a couple of things here and there, right? But going back to the omni-channel experience, would you say that the brick and mortar is making a comeback? Not specifically to, like, going to a store and making a purchase, but going to a store and getting educated and having an opportunity to touch and feel and experience a brand.
I'll qualify it. I think good brick and mortar is making a comeback. I think bad experiences are going to die. So you don't go into a store to just buy anymore. You don't need to. I can go on my phone and in seconds have something on my doorstep from Amazon or Target or whatever. People go to stores to learn more, to touch and feel. And I think that's what you're seeing reflected in some of these store redesigns. Walmart's announcing theirs, where they have different features where you can see online inventory and get demos. You see it in a lot of different channels that are really, changing how they approach the space. There's, Best Buy famously went in this direction a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, but really focusing on the different categories and service to get you experts to help you pick the right television or the right oven. And it's worked really well for them. It's a good experience if you need to buy appliances. Best Buy is not a bad place to do it. I think you're going to see more of that. But yeah, the bad retail experiences, I think, are going to continue to die a long and painful death.
Well, it's interesting because I can make a correlation to, streaming TV and creative there, because I think what we've seen over the years is people have the choice to turn off one media and select another one. And certainly with streaming TV and non-skippable ads, that people do not want to be forced to watch bad creative from a client. And so I would, sort of in parallel to that, I would say, like, bad creative is also, I would suggest, obviously interested in your take, but I think I know the answer. Bad creative is also dying, but great creative, there's great. Look at the Super Bowl creative. That's the investment involved to develop great creative is very rich.
Yeah, I even though I'm like the digital guy and those tools are incredibly powerful, creative is what works. If it's boring but well targeted, you'll forget it or ignore it. So it doesn't matter. You could have the best plan in the planet, best retargeting, whatever. If your creative sucks, no one's going to remember you. No one's going to buy you. And we know from the data that creative drives most of the ROI. And especially now with so many messages, you have to break through. So it's both. It's an and. You have to get it right. And to your point, Super Bowl just happening a couple of days ago. The ads people remember and will take action on aren't the ones that were best targeted to them. None of them, I guess, were really targeted to them. But this is a bad example. Go with me on it. The ones you remember are the ones that struck a chord with you, made you feel something, made you laugh, think, feel. The boring ones wasted $7 million.
There were a couple that we had some things that we were thinking about talking about today, and this is not one of them. So
that's fine. We're
riffing
there
a little bit, but one that stood out to me was Sopranos. The return of Meadow. So that was fun to watch. But then the other one, and maybe this kind of does pivot us back into the future of media conversation, but the other one that got a lot of buzz and I think maybe broke down the internet a little bit was the Coinbase QR code, right? So did you scan it?
I did. I was one of the 20 million people in 1 minute. That's 14 million because it was a minute long. That's a pretty good lead gen rate. I feel like that's not bad. Yeah, they crashed their website. I'm actually writing about this in my newsletter tomorrow. So if you want the full hot take, check it out. But I love that ad. It got last place on the ad meter, which I thought was funny. But it got 20 million people to do something during a Super Bowl. Like, that's pretty impressive. What stuck out to me was, one, they were laser focused on what they wanted to achieve. It was all about driving people to their website. That's it. We talk a lot about having singular vision and creative. Doesn't get more singular than just floating a QR code for 60 seconds. Holy smokes. Took some cojones in that marketing team, but credit to them for doing it. And they made it really, really easy. And there's a value exchange. You got $15 of free Bitcoin if that's your thing. So there was a reason to stick around and sign up. I thought it was really well done. I liked that one a lot. It's polarizing, but yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, I agree. I literally, I think the 60 seconds that I was laser focused on what was going on the TV was that 60 seconds. What's going on? Oh, somebody's doing something interesting here.
Yeah. They did it, and it was way more than awareness building, which was smart. So you see so much awareness building during the Super Bowl, and it was, really driving that engagement and, moving people into their brand, which was cool.
So does that resonate with, does that kind of sort of pivot some of the things that you're thinking about now into, for you and your brands? I mean, you've probably dabbled in QR codes already.
Sure.
In fact, I know that you have, but
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it acknowledges that the consumer journey goes beyond just one touch point, which I think is really smart. And that's what I loved about it. And other brands did this as well. And you see the flip side of it. If people didn't try to pay it off on the other end, there's, an interesting article about brands conquesting off of advertising brands on things like Instacart and Walmart and Target. There was a pretty interesting article this week, some research that showed, the brands that didn't essentially increase their search bids during the Super Bowl and got conquested by competitors, because when people see something, they're going to hopefully take an action. And I think that's a really good lesson for us and any marketer to really realize is, what's the next step on that consumer journey? Am I going to meet them there? Am I going to be able to deliver on that promise? And some brands do, some brands don't. But I think that's the real lesson with the Coinbase ad, is kind of thinking those next couple steps down the line. They explicitly are pushing you down the line, but it's definitely something to think about.
That's an interesting take to think about, like how one ad could lead to conquesting situations. So I'll be interested to hear more of that. Maybe more in the Matt's hot take. So
read tomorrow.
Read tomorrow. I'll be there. So I was speaking of which, kind of pivot into some fun things. But your hot take I mentioned is it's personalized, including some pop culture references.
Oh yeah.
That you've made there. I've seen things from Pitbull to Love Actually was mentioned at one point, and then some binge-worthy shows also, like Selling Sunset. So
Love.
What are you? I figured I'd ask you to throw out there. What are you watching? What are you binge watching?
Love reality TV. We all have busy, demanding jobs, and I love turning my brain off and watching the Housewives franchise. Obviously, very into that. Excited for the Salt Lake City finale coming up. Selling Sunset's been great. I binge worthy. I don't know if it's binge worthy, but Ozark, I'm excited that came back. Not reality TV, probably not binge worthy. That's a heavy watch, but I'll watch whatever. I love TV. I make time for it. It's a good. You gotta just relax at night.
Yeah, no, I mean it's good to hear. I mean, I think that the TV watching experience has really come full circle and made a comeback. And I mean, I know we see a lot of that in terms of in our environment, and people engaged in the content that that our partners are serving up. So it's good to see. I mean, the reason that people, there's a lot of talk about when is the golden age of TV. There was a golden age of TV at one point, and then it feels like it kind of went away, and now it kind of feels like it's coming back because people are there's more water cooler program. We're watching it differently, and we're not forced in all situations to wait a week at a time, but you could very easily, and many people have, it's not particularly original, but this does feel like very much a golden age of TV because people love what they watch.
I think so. I think you're right.
So I think as we approach the end of our segment today, this whole event from Brand Innovators is about the future of media. So maybe sort of funneling everything that we've talked about into the short-term future of media. What are you personally most excited for this year that either we've talked about it or maybe there's something we missed?
Yeah, I mean, I think to boil it down, what I'm most excited about is seeing, this is going to sound funny because it's like in my title, but seeing digital marketing as a term get one step closer to being killed. We need to stop thinking about it as something different and embrace it as just marketing. The challenge, though, that we're going to face is it's an and. We can't also forget about all the traditional marketing, and we have to understand the fundamentals like insights and who your consumer is, and the P's and all the traditional marketing stuff. It's an and. You have to really think about it together. And I think if we can combine traditional marketing with the tools that the digital world has given us, brands will be much better off and marketers will be much more successful. So that's something I'm really looking forward to, and I think we're getting closer. And honestly, just at a macro level, how the industry changes this coming year. We've seen unbelievable change in the last 2 years and beyond, but I'm really just fascinated by this. It's why I write about it, because the market does change so often. My newsletter was born out of just me trying to keep my team up to speed on the goings on in the industry, and kind of spiraled from there. But this stuff changes every day, so I'm really curious to see what happens next, and if this year is half as innovative and different as the last year or two, I think we're in for a lot of change.
All right. Well, this is good stuff. It's good. It's good to talk with you. It's good to read your newsletter. Your passion about media and future trends is contagious. So, I guess so I said maybe if we had a couple extra minutes on the back end, we might talk about some personal interests. So I think we have media, we have the future of media. How about the future of baseball? The your Pittsburgh Pirates. What do you think is going to happen there? First we need to lock in a season, but once we lock in a season, you got baseball predictions for 2022?
Nothing good for my Pirates. They're not going to look too good this year. I hope we get baseball back. I hope it comes with a salary cap as a Pirates fan. But no, I love baseball. It's one of my passions. Now, I think we'll see if this is the year San Diego gets together. I think they could be. That's my World Series pick for you. The Padres.
All right. Sounds like a good one. I mean, it's easier. It's easier to make a sports betting app than it used to be. So maybe we'll have to put a couple of dollars on that. Is that? I mean, I'm guessing that's not the growth of that segment has not directly impacted your business, but certainly has been a trend to watch, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, not in our space, but
not yet.
Not yet. We'll see.
All right, Paul, how are we doing? I see Paul popped up here, but still muted.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, I'm from Atlanta, so I'm looking forward to baseball as well. So we had a good 2021. So hopefully we'll continue that run maybe this year as well. Kind of unexpected. Welcome. Guys, thanks for sharing some of the insights. Johnson & Johnson's a great innovative company, and all the different ways in which you're using media and the shifting landscape of consumer behavior and the path to purchase as well. So that's great stuff. And thank you so much. And I really want to thank everybody today who joined the Online Media Summit for Future of Media. We had a great collection of marketers and moderators, and love the data sharing and collaboration across the community. So hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day, and looking forward to seeing you soon on another one of these.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.